Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. We are beginning our day today, finishing our staff presentation on agenda item D5. I believe we're on slide 71 for folks following online. We've just finished the NIMS section of the report. And so we have Mr. Hartley with us this morning. Good morning.
Next slide. Morning, members of the council. Again, my name is Marcus Hartley with Northern Economics, and I'll just be wrapping up our presentation with a run through of some of the conclusions and findings of our IFQ review. Okay. So the findings are all summarized within table 71 that runs several pages, 3 pages, starting on page 202. And I'm just going to read through these. With respect to allocation conflicts, there were no additional allocation conflicts with the IFQ program identified. Allocation conflicts did occur between target and non-target fisheries, prompting the council to set abundance-based PSC limits for the Amendment 80 fleet in 2022. Those are kind of in other fisheries. Under gear conflicts, we talked about limited data available to analyze gear conflicts. Most recent evidence comes from an early study of the program where program participants reported uncrowded fishing grounds as an outcome of the program. With respect to dead loss from lost gear, as stated in the previous review, the program has decreased fishing pressure and reduced dead loss from lost gear, primarily in the halibut fishery. For halibut, mortality estimates from lost gear have continued to decline from 2015 to 22 to an average of 0.06 million pounds per year. For sablefish, no estimates are available with respect to lost gear changes. With respect to bycatch loss, estimates of discards and discard rates of FMP groundfish in the halibut fleet have increased since the previous review, with the reported highest discard rate of 55% of FMP groundfish since the observer program began to be used to estimate discard rates. Average annual discards of FMP groundfish by the sablefish fleet have declined since the previous review, and as we talked about the other day, that's in many cases due to the use of pot gears. Discard mortality, with respect to that, both legal sized and sublegal sized discards of halibut by the halibut fleet have generally decreased since the previous review, with between 2016 and 23, the discard rate of sablefish remains consistent with the historical average at about 5%.
Yes, Mr. Hartley, a question. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Hartley. Back on the discard rate, and 2023 in particular is sort of definitely a higher point. There's a couple things that lead to discard of halibut in the directed fishery, but one of them is just the fact that they can only keep fish above a certain length, correct?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And that length hasn't changed in quite a while. While the average size of halibut, particularly males, has been declining fairly steadily, correct?
I, I can't speak to whether the size is declining, but if, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, it seems to me that one of the things we might want to be able to take from a review is whether the regulatory structure, and we don't control all the regulatory structure by a long shot, but whether the regulatory structure is actually maybe impeding us from achieving some of our objectives. And certainly we always have, as just sort of a general rule of thumb, to minimize discards in the full range of fisheries. And so I'm just wondering if what kind of material is available in the review as it stands now to allow us to evaluate what the regulatory impact might be from what the impact might be from the current regulations on things like the discard rate.
Discard rates are reviewed in the halibut fishery, beginning on page 165 of the document, and we have a table of sublegal halibut discards, a figure on page 167, a figure showing discard rates of sublegal sized halibut, U32 halibut, they're known as, peaked in 2010 at about 3 million pounds, and by 2016 that number was down back to the average of about 1.2 and a half, 1.3 million, 1.2 million, and then in 2016, 17, 18 through 20 was down to levels about 0.7 million, and then it jumped back up to a little bit more than 1.5 million, almost 1.5 million. There's a table page 64, that talks about sublegal halibut and discards by year, by regulatory area on page 168. And really the data actually show an overall decline in halibut, U32 halibut discards. There is another figure in here that talks about O32 halibut discard mortality in the halibut IFQ fishery, and that occurs with overages, and those numbers are also quite small, down less than 100,000 pounds.
And I think maybe those tables are the reason why I really didn't think of this until now, because you're correct. Those tables show, in terms of actual biomass, poundage, show a fairly different pattern. But wouldn't you expect the discards of U32 to decline in terms of poundage, along with TAC declining in terms of poundage? In other words, if they're out there fishing for fewer fish, the discard rate might be doing one thing, but the poundage will likely decline along with the decrease in TAC. Whereas what you're presenting here is a rate, and it might be the rates that would be most useful in focusing in on issues like regulations versus poundage, which is mostly going to be affected by the TAC itself, right?
Madam Chairman, through the chair, I can't speak to that, I think, because I'm not sure that I know enough about the halibut biology to be able to talk about the TAC and whether or not the numbers of under 32 halibut are consistent throughout that. I would think that numbers of U32 under 32-inch halibut would vary with the TACs and recruitments and so on. That I don't think that it's necessarily I don't, I mean, I don't know, but I don't think that it's necessarily always a consistent portion of fish in the population that are U32. I think that that would vary with recruitment and age of the average stock and so on. But I can't really speak to that.
So there really is nothing in here that would help us understand whether we're currently discarding due to the minimum length requirement, whether we're discarding at a higher rate than we were, say, a decade or 2 decades ago, whether we're seeing higher rates of discard.
I don't think there's anything in there.
You're not going to be able to get to that.
We don't really have a biological breakdown we don't include in this analysis anyway, a biological breakdown of the size, by age or size or the population by length of the halibut fishery in the various areas. I'm sure that that information to some extent is available from the IPHC. Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is available from the IPHC and might be something that could be added, or perhaps there's IPHC people in the audience that might be able to address that issue. But we have not addressed it.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley and Mr. Mueller.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mr. Hartley, going up to the gear conflicts section here, early in the sablefish pot fishery, I recall concerns with gear conflicts with hook and line sablefish fishermen. And with the recent, since the last review, we've had a substantial increase in pot use for sablefish, and it appears there's limited data relative to any conflict there. So is there any more information on that? Is that an issue? I know it was an earlier concern. I was just curious if we're getting any feedback from the hook and line sablefish folks in terms of conflicts with pot guys, because the pot guys always win if they're on the same grounds.
I think we don't have any evidence of that. I don't know that we really have any, except anecdotally, any means to find out about that. There may be some if we really dug down in the sense that we might be able to find incidents of lost gear in observer data or conflicts, entanglements, etc., from observer data, but I don't know of any actual data set that talks about gear conflicts per se that we could access. I might be wrong, and folks from NMFS might be able to provide more information about that, but I'm not aware of any.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley.
Okay. Okay, moving on here in the table, let's talk about excess harvesting capacity. Since the previous review, the number of active vessels in both the halibut and sablefish IFQ fisheries have continued to decline. As of 2023, the halibut fishery had 669 vessels making active landings, down an additional 27% from 2014, and down 68% compared to 1995. In the sablefish fishery, the 2023 fleet decreased by 11% since 2014 and 55% since 1995. With respect to product wholesomeness, and this is where we were talking about delivery codes and delivery conditions, since the previous review, the proportion of halibut deliveries that were headed and gutted only increased from less than 50% between 2009 and 15 to 100% since 2019. Sablefish delivery conditions have also changed with larger percentages of bled-only fish since 2015, increasing to 45% of deliveries in 2021. With respect to safety, there were 4 fishing fatalities that have occurred in the fishery since 2016. This is consistent with the long-term trend of fewer fatalities since the IFQ period. With respect to economic stability in the fisheries and communities, some larger regional port communities with a long history of engagement in halibut and sablefish fisheries continue to benefit from the program by retaining security of access to the IFQ fisheries. Since the previous review, additional CEQ groups, community entity groups have acquired halibut and sablefish quota share, but many small rural communities continue to have limited access, limited numbers of participants in the IFQ fisheries due to the lack of quota share held by residents. With respect to the goal of rural coastal community development of a small boat fleet, the previous review noted that this objective largely relates to allocations of the halibut and sablefish CDQ program at the time of the program implementation, and because the CDQ program is a separate management program, is not examined in this review. We did look at vessel size composition of fleets in the IFQ fishery and changes in IFQ landings and quota share holdings in small rural Alaska communities in section 2.9. And to a certain extent, we've already talked about those. The next one is link the quota share allocations to recent dependents. This was an objective of the program at the beginning of the initial allocation, and there haven't really been any changes in that since the previous program review. We have another goal here of maintaining the existing business relationships among vessel owners, crews, and processors. And we noted earlier that the number of crew days and crew trips in both fisheries have declined over time after increasing somewhat in the middle of the period, but not as much as decline in the number of active vessels. Supporting conclusions from previous review that the IFQ program has increased the stability and wages for crew members that remain in the fishery. Due to the requirement that bona fide crew members only can purchase quota share and enter the fishery, the number of IFQ crew members and proportion of quota share held by those individuals has continued to increase over time, while the number of onshore buyers and processors has declined between 91 and 2022. Much of this is accounted by a major shift between 2007 and 9, which appears to be widespread throughout Alaska's fisheries and is not believed to be caused by anything directly related to sablefish and halibut fisheries in the program. Another of the program goals was to ensure that those directly involved in the fishery benefit from the IFQ program by assuring that these two fisheries are dominated by the owner-operators. Since the previous review, both IFQ fisheries have decreased their hired master use overall. Hired masters, again, are not owner-operators. Hired masters use in the halibut catcher vessel fishery declined from 32% in 2014 to 24%, 25% in 2023, and a similar decline was seen in the sablefish fishery. Another goal was to limit the concentration of quota share ownership and IFQ usage that limit the concentration of quota share ownership and IFQ usage over time. Since the previous review, holdings of quota share holdings have become less concentrated in the sablefish fishery, but more concentrated in the halibut fishery overall. And for the halibut fishery, overall quota share holdings are less concentrated than they were in 2002. The measures of concentration we didn't really hit on, but using the Gini coefficients and HHI indexes have led us to those conclusions. Additionally, the proportion of quota share held by new entrants has continued to increase. Another program goal is to limit the adjustment cost to current participants, including the Alaska coastal communities. Since the previous review, the percentage of total quota share held by Alaska residents has increased in both IFQ fisheries. Among Alaska communities, some have increased their engagement in the processing and harvesting of IFQ fish since the previous review. However, other communities have seen a decrease in engagement, which suggests that they are incurring ongoing adjustment costs. Next program goal is to increase the ability of rural coastal communities adjacent to the BSAI to share the wealth in the IFQ program. And again, this was primarily related to the development of the CDQ program. It's not examined separately in this review. We also looked at the last program goal here. I think this is the last one. Achieve previously stated council goals and objectives and meet MSA requirements. Although not expressly addressed in this analysis, key findings in this section are reviewed throughout all of section 2. Here are some additional, if there are any more questions, additional LAPP review requirements. In April 2023, the staff prepared a work plan for the program allocation reviews to facilitate a more efficient process while still meeting review requirements. According to the work plan for those allocations that are within the scope of the program review, the program review is considered sufficient to satisfy the allocation review requirement. Another requirement is to look at the duration of the program. In the final EIS for the IFQ program, which states that harvesting privileges under the IFQ program would be good for an indefinite period of time, but would be subject to periodic change, including a revocation. In 2012, in response to a recommendation from the Council, National Marine Fisheries Service issued a final rule sending notices to quota shareholders who had been inactive since IFQ program implementation that their quota share would be revoked, and I believe that has occurred and continued. Auctions and royalties is another requirement in IFQ LAP program reviews. While royalties and cost recovery fees are not synonymous, NMFS has implemented a cost recovery program to recover the incremental costs of management, data collection, and enforcement of the IFQ program.
And Mr. Hartley, before we move on to question, Mr. Twite.
Mr. Hartley, in terms of duration, hasn't quota revocation also been used as a penalty in criminal proceedings?
I believe it has, but I really can't speak. We didn't look at the numbers of criminal proceedings. That might be a question that National Marine Fisheries Service can address.
But wouldn't that be an important part of providing information on duration?
When we looked at the duration as a program issue, we were thinking of the program as a whole, the length in which the IFQ privileges would be available to participants in the program, and not necessarily to the individuals within the program. I think that's where we were looking at duration as the length of the program as it exists kind of overall, not necessarily how long individuals get to hold their quota.
Well,
maybe that's
I understand the distinction, but the example you cite here is on an individual basis based on activity or inactivity on an individual basis. So, that was informative that you reminded us of that, but seemed like if that's one example of individual revocations, you might
Yeah.
look at others.
We did not examine criminal charges or criminal issues with respect to the quota share. Again, that might be something that National Marine Fisheries Service can address.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley.
With respect to net benefits to the nation, a key question of any LAPP review is to assess whether on the whole, society is better off under the program than it would have been without the program. A quantitative assessment of changes in net benefits was not undertaken, but the review discusses major drivers of changes in benefits and costs as a result of the IFQ program, and the likelihood that net benefits have increased, primarily by comparing trends before and after program implementation. We also point out here that the end of Derby conditions extending season lengths, as described in section 2.4.1, have allowed harvesters to more effectively plan their operations around market conditions for the IFQ fisheries and for other fisheries in which they participate. We also looked at average revenue per vessel, which has generally increased since the program was implemented. And then we also discussed the idea that the design of the IFQ program is really a balance between economic efficiency with social objectives, and several elements of the program directly constrain economic efficiency. Particularly, we're talking about vessel class definitions and limitations in trading. And then we refer here to Croce, Centurio, and Liu, an article in 2015, who found that resource rent, which is a measure of the added value to society of a program, resource rent in the fisheries was reduced by 25% in the halibut fishery and by 9% in the sablefish fishery as a result of the vessel class limitations and block restrictions on quota share transfers. So that's a kind of, yes, there is benefits to the nation, but it also is constrained to some extent by some of the social objectives that the council built into the program. When the program was implemented, it was expected that economic efficiency would be negatively impacted by quota share trading restrictions, among other aspects of the program, such as hired master use, etc. These efficiency costs were weighed against the expected benefits to providing a more widespread fishing opportunities and employment in the IFQ fisheries, and were taken into consideration and noted at the time. Net benefits to specific communities and individuals within those communities may or may not be positive under the IFQ program. As we've talked about, there are distinctions. Several larger regional port communities with a long history of engagement in the fisheries have benefited from the program by securing continued access to the fisheries. However, some small rural communities saw their access to IFQ fisheries limited due to the loss of quota share holdings by residents. That's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to address other questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Yes, Mr. Twait.
Thanks. Mr. Hartley, net benefits to the nation should also include net benefits to the ecosystem.
Okay.
That's a question for you.
Yes, to the extent that we can account for those, they should be incorporated. We did not examine necessarily those kinds of issues, and we
But
focused
you
primarily
did.
on
The issue of dead loss is very much a issue of impacts to the ecosystem. And you did I thought this analysis did a very good job of showing that dramatic decrease in dead loss that has been maintained throughout the program, far lower levels of dead loss by magnitude of 10 or more, decrease in dead loss, I'm just curious why that didn't get picked up in the end as a net benefit to the nation.
I think we can.
As an ecosystem level.
Through the chair, Madam, Mr. Troy, I think we can mention that, and you're right, that is discussed. I guess something that we've discussed that overall net loss or overall reduction in losses to the system have been a benefit. My point in that we didn't examine how the IFQ system might have changed the underlying populations in the fishery. We did not get into that particular issue and didn't try.
No, but we do often talk about dead loss and decreases in abandoned and lost fishing gear as both very much ecosystem benefits. As a council, we look at that fairly regularly across a range of issues, and it seems to me appropriate to pick those up here as a net benefit to the ecosystem.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hartley, for your presentation. And I wanted to ask, it was on your last slide and on your previous slide about the goal 2.9, economic stability in the fisheries and communities. And so some of what we saw when the program started was this huge shift of processing, moving from communities that were off the road system to communities that were on the road system. And similarly for the CQE type communities, these smaller, less than 1,500 people off the road system communities, a huge decline, as you noted, in residents that held IFQ. And I think your table has, from the previous part of the slideshow, showed that continued decline or just kind of petering out a little bit. And so is there a connection in the review to kind of what components of the program are inhibiting meeting that program goal? Or did the review not quite go that far and you're just providing us the data in order to determine whether not quite meeting that program goal is something that we could tackle?
There really isn't any, I guess, causal discussion of why certain communities have not maintained the same level of ownership. We do believe it has a lot to do with the ability to harvest or to sell quota share in those communities. That wasn't explicitly looked at we didn't do an analysis that went down and tried to ferret out causal factors in declines to specific communities. So I guess that it really wasn't something that we dug into in more detail than providing the information.
Thank you. So I should more take the summary of changes in program performance to be highlighting for us goals and objectives supported by data that we're not maybe quite meeting or we're certainly meeting. And then any further kind of analysis of what's causing that or what we might change in the program to better meet that goal would be a subsequent analysis and action. Is that a better way to describe it?
I would characterize it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Right. Thank you very much for the presentation and your work on the review, Mr. Hartley. We're now ready for our AP report on D5. Any members of the public wishing to testify on D5, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you. Ms. Mann.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I am a co-vice chair on the advisory panel, and I will bring you the action we took on D5. We have two motions. excuse me, the first motion, the AP recommends the council accept the 2024 IFQ program review with the following changes. Revise tables on page 131 and update the tables on 46 through 49. Revise tables 57 and 58. Incorporate recommendations from the IFQ committee. The AP recommends the council initiate a discussion paper considering the following items. 1, mechanism for timely in-season transfer of CQE IFQ between members of a CQE. 2, changes to the transfer eligibility criteria. First, waive or reduce the transfer eligibility certificate requirement for CQE eligible community residents fishing CQE quota share. 2, allow time tendering to count toward the 150 days of commercial fishery participation required for a transfer eligibility certificate. Example language to regulation change could include 1, for transfer of IFQ quota share, require that an individual must be a U.S. citizen with at least 150 days of sea time as part of a harvesting crew in any U.S. commercial fishery or on a tender vessel operating in support of a U.S. commercial fishery. 3, consider a range of options for the transfer eligibility certificate minimum age policy. And I think this is a typo, but 4, consider changes to the survivorship transfer privilege regulations at 50 CFR 679.41K to determine what happens to quota share held by a beneficiary beyond the 3-year period. And that motion passed 15-1. And you have the rationale, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the first motion? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mann. Well, first, several of these issues that were contained in the AP recommendations for a discussion paper, I didn't see too much drawn out in the review itself. So I assume the AP received testimony on some of these issues, ways to potentially address pieces of the program that maybe were called out as not meeting the goals, but that we didn't really have detailed information on in the review.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct. We had both written public comment with some extensive detail in the written public comment, as well as oral public comment identifying some of these different options.
Then my second question is, did the AP discuss under 2C what an appropriate range of options they intended for changing the minimum age policy?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't think we had an extensive discussion. There were sort of some examples given of why this was important to look at, but we did not identify a range or come up with, I don't think we even discussed, in my recollection, a range.
Thank you. And Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Mann, what was the discussion in the AP around changing the tendering from Alaska-specific fisheries to any U.S. fishery?
Through the chair, Ms. Bush, thanks for that question. This came about as we thought about what we had done previously with the crab program and decided to make it consistent with that. And that was mainly the rationale provided for the amendment. There wasn't a huge amount of discussion, but we thought since we had just taken that action on crab, it made sense to be consistent and also provide that additional flexibility that people are looking for in order to be able to, transfer that IFQ.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Just to maybe put a finer point on Ms. Kimball's second question. So did the AP discuss whether a minimum age policy was even needed? As potentially one of the options would be no policy then?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I think My recollection is in the discussion with the examples that were provided, a lot of folks talked about their children being on the boat at very young ages. I don't recall saying, let's get rid of it altogether, but I think, I don't recall having a discussion about eliminating it.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you for the report, Ms. Mann. Following up on Ms. Bush's question, and if I'm understanding you correctly, the consistency with the crab regulations is allowing tender vessel time to count, but the U.S. commercial fishery part is not consistent with the crab regulations. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, it sounds like you know the answer to that question and that I'm incorrect. So I guess yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Mann, question about the transfer eligibility certificate requirements. The motion here says waive or reduce the requirements for CQE eligible communities. Did the AP discuss what reducing the requirements would look like?
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, we did not discuss what that would look like. I think that the discussion was more around the results of the program review, indicating that some changes potentially could be made in terms of flexibility. I know there's a lot around the CQE in particular that members of the AP have been working on, but we didn't have a discussion about what that would look like. I think that partly because more information is needed, and the AP members wanted to hear from analysts and potentially the council, I guess, on what those could look like and what made sense.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move to the second motion.
The second motion reads, the AP requests the council initiate a discussion paper to explore the increase in discards and discard rates of groundfish species in the halibut IFQ fleet since the previous review. Identify whether the level of monitoring during the time period has exacerbated the discard rate, whether there are conservation concerns around the increase in discards, and what incentives currently exist to minimize these discards moving forward. And that motion passed 13-4, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Mann, is the wording about in the beginning of the second sentence, the level of monitoring during that time period has exacerbated the discard rate? I think that's kind of one way of describing what we sometimes refer to as the observer effect. Is that what the AP meant there?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, actually, it was around the low level of observer coverage and the fact that even with EM only being on 1/3 of the time, we hear from participants that they don't always necessarily agree with extrapolation that occurs based on the observed trips. And we also know that some of these, as you discussed earlier with Marcus, some of these discards are regulatory. But again, with the low amount of observer coverage, we're trying to ferret out whether increasing observer coverage, whether that be EM or human monitoring, may give us a better handle on what those discards actually are and what the true rates are, instead of just extrapolation.
Yes, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks. I'm probably just being dense this morning. So I think what I heard you saying was that the AP is concerned about maybe both these things, but there's two different possibilities, at least, of problems with low observer rates. One is just lowered precision, you've got more uncertainty around your estimates because you've got a low rate. The other is that the observer rate's low enough that it's very likely there's a different behavior on unobserved platforms than there is on observed platforms, the so-called observer effect. And I don't think I fully got in your answer whether one or the other of those was the target or whether the AP was concerned about both.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I apologize for the confusion. We are concerned about both. And I could just add one quick thing to that. You'll notice in the rationale, one AP member was hoping for some improvement with those numbers based on the action that the council took at the last meeting, changing the odds program as a result of folks canceling trips that were picked for observer coverage, but then would be interested in continuing to look at this once that fix was in place. They felt that fix might make a real difference.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Appreciate the report.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to public testimony. We have 5 people signed up to testify. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes. You'll see a timer on the screen. We'll begin public testimony with Eric Belsko, followed by Alexis Kwachka. I think Eric is joining us remotely. Eric's not on yet. Okay. What about Alexis? We'll circle back to Eric. Alexis, can you unmute yourself?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Try to digest. I've been scribbling notes the whole way here. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Alexis Kwachka. Today I'm testifying for Gulf Ground Fishermen's Association. I'm going to give you a little brief prelude who I am. This is the first year in 38 years I've not fished halibut. 1994, we caught 94,000 pounds of halibut in 24 hours and 7,000 pounds of black cod during a derby opening. In 2004 and 2005, in 12 hours, I caught 42,000 pounds of 3A halibut in 12 hours, 120,000 pounds in 3 days of fishing. I've never kept a fish over 100 pounds during my fishing career that I didn't kill or unintentionally kill. And, you know, I've been a naysayer about the IFQ program. I'm a naysayer today. Gulf Ground Fishermen's Association, none of us own quota anymore, myself included. You know, excessive consolidation in our community, you've almost destroyed Kodiak from a halibut fishing port. I don't care what the numbers say. The fish come here, but the people here aren't catching them. We've lost boats. When we lose the boats, we lose crew. We lose qualified crew. It's getting to an epidemic. Rationalization leads to high pressure on the resource. I think you can see that in the halibut fishery. You know, from my previous examples of catch, I mean, you can barely catch a fish down out here right now. And it's just a tragedy. Almost no boats fish halibut here anymore. The people come into town, they catch fish, they put their money in the bank and they leave. You know, we have a huge transient fleet that comes through here and delivers to this community, but the local fishermen have consolidated and where they are. It's just not working for us. I'd like to point out a 68% decline in the fisheries as far as boats go. The economic inefficiencies of these business plans are what drive coastal communities. It's just plain and simple math, you know, and it's really frustrating to have this kind of turned around and look like it's working well when it's not. And we're doing all sorts of things to try to make up for it, to have it here we've identified graying of the fleet and lack of entrance. We've identified that coastal communities need working waterfronts need more access or money to figure out what's going on. Well, it's this management plan that's really having an adverse effect on our community. The price of fish has gone up, but the reality is that money's not going through our community the way it used to be. I'm trying to do too much with too little here. Wondering why people are not getting into the fishery. Cost, period. I was just looking here a minute ago. 3A halibut, get my notes. 3A halibut, 20 to 32 bucks. 3B, 20 to 26 bucks. The fours ranges from 6 to 15, 5 to 9. D quota is holding itself in the Bering Sea, 11 to 15. But there's no confidence in IPHC. They've changed their model so many times. We're now reduced the amount of survey stuff that we've done. And the bottom line is it doesn't matter. The fish are going away. We've mismanaged the fishery. IPHC isn't even listening to their own science. It drives me crazy. In the background, GGFA, the public, would like to point out that we can talk about regulatory discards. We can talk about unobserved discards. We can talk about all this stuff, but there's been a static number over the whole period of this program that hasn't gone away. And that's 2 to 6 million pounds of bycatch on an annual basis from the trawl fleet. And we still don't have good data in our minds on what is going on the non-pelagic trawl. If you want to put cameras on us, put cameras on us. If you want to do that, we can. The technology is there. The cost is crazy what the observer cost is. And it's a failure, and it's hurting our community, and it hurts all our other fisheries. We have turned this into a sharecropper fishery. Our members are only catching fish for other people because the economics do not make sense to buy a quota because there's no confidence in the management plan. And lastly, I'd like to point out that halibut, king salmon, these are the commodities of coastal communities. They are important to commercial fishermen, to sport fishermen, to charter fishermen, to subsistence fishermen. It's imperative that we get this right. And it is a sad day in 2024 that there's only 4 people signed up to testify on this issue. It is, continue to be a huge issue for coastal communities in Alaska, period. Hey, Merry Christmas, you guys.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. I heard your message loud and clear that you have concerns with the IFQ program. I'm curious if you have a specific ask for the council under this agenda item.
Well, I think the failure is getting new entrants into the fishery, and we have struggled and struggled. But I think if you went through and looked at the amendment packages that have been done to this over the life of this program, what you'll see is that we've further gotten away from what the barrier is, which is cost of entry. It doesn't matter if you're an individual fisherman, a CQE participant, the cost is the barrier. And then when you can't have the management structure that gives you the comfort of putting the money into the cost of the IFQ, it's been the barrier. I would say that management of these fisheries would single-handedly have solved most of the issues that we've view as a success, but we're too far down that road now. So figure out how to get new entrants into the fishery without having to hawk their entire business plan on getting into it. We've failed miserably on that. But figure that out. I've been trying for years. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kwachka. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, thanks again for joining us this morning.
Thanks.
So I'll circle back up to Eric Felsco. And then we'll go back down to Duncan Fields. I think Eric is on, he said he's on the phone now. A number that ends in 6889.
How about now?
Yes, we hear you, Eric.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair and members of the council. That'll be a tough testimony to follow. I agree with pretty much everything Alexis said, but I'll go into my part of this here. My name is Eric Velsko. I'm a member of the IFQ committee. I have 2 vessels that participate in halibut and sablefish in the Gulf of Alaska. I've participated in the IFQ program since inception. My father had a small amount of IFQ that we actually harvested with rod and reel the first season of the program. I eventually transitioned into bigger vessels and modestly increased my quota share holdings. So currently 2024, for my personal operations, the program never really worked as I thought it would, because when the fishery was healthy, the cost of entry was prohibitive. And now when the quota shares are somewhat affordable, harvesters are concerned about the stocks and the fish are harder to catch. So I own about 4% of the halibut quota my 2 boats harvest annually, and my sablefish shares make about 1/3 of the money required for the loan payment. So I have to take money from other fisheries to pay for that quota share. So I'm glad I didn't invest heavily. I almost did take a couple big swings at certain points in my career, and I'm thanking the stars that I didn't. So I make a joke that I may go back to rod and reel here if the fishery trends continue the way they're going. Let's go into the review a little bit. They touched on a lot of good things, and it'll go into some of the committee stuff. We spoke about freezing on board, B and C shares. I think that's something the council might want to look into that creates a little flexibility for the harvesters we see out west. There's sometimes one processor buying, especially with Peter Pan going away. I said this in the committee meeting that we don't know. Some of these processors might not be here in 10 years. So give the harvester as much flexibility as he can on his quota share. Legalizing pots in the Gulf for halibut, I think that's a good step in the right direction. There's some merit in exploring that further, align the regulations with the Bering Sea. We did talk about raising the vessel cap for fixed gears because we're a little underutilized. That didn't make it in the report for some reason. That was in there. We did talk about that. And then the age limit requirement is something we need to maybe look at. I know in my own personal businesses, my daughter's a permit holder. She got a permit at 15 years old for Bristol Bay. And they might want to think about being a little more flexible in that. There's a lot of people that bring young children out, and sometimes it's better to keep your family business within the family. Lastly, before I run out of time here, the issue I heard brought up in the AP about the incidental catch in the halibut IFQ fishery over the past couple of years. This is in section 2.11.1.1 and 2.11.2.1. I think this data is important for the fleet and managers to take into consideration. It shows as the effort increases, incidental catch of other species increases. What this means is that we are running more gear for less fish. That's what it means. There's some observer effect in there, but it's mostly hauling more gear for less fish. When the halibut stock was abundant, we would see quotas that were more fully utilized. We've heard this in other public comment throughout this meeting from some of the most successful longliners I know, telling you there's problems in these stocks, both with halibut and sablefish. So I can leave it there and take any questions if you have any. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Velsko. You mentioned freezing on board and that would add flexibility. Excuse me, need more coffee. That would add flexibility for harvesters. We're hearing across programs difficulties with access to processors. Can you speak a little bit more about how this would help the industry?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Cohen, for the question. When I was on the AP, I think I tried doing this 2 or 3 different times, and I was glad Mr. Alverson brought it up just the most recent meeting, so people are finally coming around on it. It's just over the years we've seen just pretty massive consolidation in the processing sector. So I think they would want to take as much halibut and sablefish as they can, but the reality is if they're running X amount of tons of cod and pollock and species that are more time sensitive, there's just not time to fit in a little 6-gear boat that's got 5,000 pounds of halibut or some black cod. So we need to provide opportunity to the harvesters to be able to get their quotas caught, because in some of these areas, like Western Gulf this year was a perfect example. With no Peter Pan, you either ran to Kodiak or you ran to Dutch Harbor, and that's a pretty big spread in distance. So and it's pretty tough. It makes you kind of fish either closer to the Dutch Harbor side or closer to the line toward the Kodiak side, which isn't that close. It's around Sand Point. So there was some fish that could go into Sand Point, but then that's also having the relationship with that market, which some people don't. So it's, yeah, the more flexibility on the harvester side is what we need. I don't think it's going to harm the process. There'd be probably a small amount of people that would look into it, but I think it would be a pretty easy lift for the council to do. It's, don't do anything with the leasing provisions part of it. The A shares are fully leasable. You could leave all the same restrictions in place. Just don't let them freeze on board instead of forcing them to bring it to a processor that may or may not even want them.
Thank you, Mr. Vasco and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Velsko. One of the items that you covered in your testimony was what I thought was kind of a common sense argument for leaving the fishing families the flexibility to determine whether and when family members might be, particularly kids, might be ready to take on some level of quota ownership. And I'm just wondering if you think maybe there should be some guardrails on that through regulation or whether, because we know that if there's no regulation on that, we heard from the agency that they're going to get the occasional sort of proposal that makes you really shake your head, like transferring to a 4-year-old. So the council, the agency have to kind of look for a balance there, potentially between, potentially a flagrant abuse of flexibility, whereas giving the majority of fishing families the flexibility to make those decisions themselves about their family members. And just wondering what your thoughts are on whether it's important to even worry about the occasional outlandish one, or whether there is some kind of balance or guardrail on making sure that families do have the flexibility to determine when and if their kids might be ready for taking on the responsibility of quota ownership.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Twite. Yeah, I think they, having the blanket 18-year-old policy is fine, but make sure they have a appeals process. That's how the state does it. So originally, when we put the permit in my daughter's name, I think she was 14 at the time, and so they deny you. You try to put it in their name, they deny you, and then you file an appeal, and then they have an appeals process. So maybe NIMS can look at that and as a way to model it. And they actually do a real, they sit the individual down and they ask them a series of questions and make sure there's nothing, funny business going on, I guess, and that you're actually that the individual's actually going out fishing, that they're actually part of the operation, and Because yeah, you'll see, you know, there's an abuse of all these things. I think originally maybe what spurred this was there was at the IFQ program implementation, there was either one or two individuals. I think they were like 1 year old, and they had quota share in their name, which made them available to use a hired master. And they're younger than me, so these guys are in their 30s probably, and they'll be able to use that hired master provision for, you know, until they die, basically. So there's obviously abuses in all these different programs, but yeah, having the initial guardrail of 18 years old, but then have NIMS have a mechanism for an appeals process, so people that actually do want to use this, you know, have quota in their children's names or use, you know, in a family operation, that they have the ability to do that. Don't make it so restrictive where it's just a 18 years or nothing. Because I mean, I've had all three of my kids out during COVID. There was no, you know, the markets were limited, so we took all three kids out, and we caught 2,500 pounds of halibut, and we marketed it ourselves. We, you know, craned it off the boat, the whole 9 yards. We called it halibut homeschool. And so there is instances like that, and maybe down the line, if the fishery continues with the trajectory it's on, maybe I'll transfer it to my son and have him go out in a skiff and catch it. I don't know. So there, have some flexibility with some of this stuff, and I think NIMS could learn from the state, you know, looking at how their program's set up.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks. And I think there's probably a lot there in your last sentence about learn from the state. But I want to maybe push back just a little bit on what I thought I heard. Because what I thought I heard you suggest is set it at 18 and then essentially put NIMS in the position of, if a family appeals, putting NIMS in the position of judging whether or not that family is making a good decision. NIMS isn't really a social service agency that's very well equipped to investigate whether or not families are making good decisions. But B, I guess I'm just curious why you're willing to kind of push the balance towards avoiding any flagrant abuses, but push it hard enough that you're willing to have a government agency sort of second guessing not second guessing, but basically verifying whether an agency's making good decisions about their kids.
Through the chair. Yeah, I guess in a way. I mean, we do talk about the social aspects of these programs. If you want to get quotas into communities and you want to get quotas into the hands of people that are actually harvesting them, this is a way to do it. You know, we can make it restrictive and make it 18 years or older, and then we can continue with the way the program's been. You know, but basically a leasing program. I mean, look at our own operations. Almost everyone that has actually signed up to testify, or people that made public comments, that's what this program's turned into, unfortunately. So if you're going to have to let the NIMS individual, there is an element of them being a little bit of a social worker during that appeals process, and that's kind of how the state does it. Is they ask you, are you on the boat? How long have you fished with your parents? I mean, it kind of works. So NIMS is obviously a different agency, totally different animal than dealing with the state. But I think there's something to learn from that. You look at our state fisheries, and they are there is more participation, you know, required participation from the people actually harvesting the fish and benefiting from the fish, the harvesting of the fish. So yeah, it's a little bit of a funny. I can see where the position the agency's in, because it does make it kind of a loose rule, but I think there's some utility in at least looking at it.
Thank you. And Mr. Velsko, you also mentioned, I think, an idea in the or that was discussed at the committee level, but maybe not captured in the report. I think we've heard about this in the past, in past testimony, raising the vessel use cap. I just wanted just a quick question to clarify that you mentioned a time frame associated with that. Was that right? Or was that
Through the chair? No, one of the committee members mentioned it, and I thought I didn't see it in the report, and I was just thinking, just to be thorough, and I should have talked to her beforehand, but I remember her mentioning it as something that maybe should be looked at a little more, as where some of these quotas are fairly underutilized, and how that may be something we want to look at. That was from the committee report. I didn't see it in the minutes there.
okay? And but did you reference a 6-year time period that was discussed as part of that conversation, or maybe I just misheard you? As far as I could have just misheard you as well.
Oh, like a time frame on if it's not caught by a certain period, then the vessel caps can be raised. Is that what you're referring to?
No, that they were raised for a certain period of time and then ratcheted back down. I just wanted to make sure that I heard you correctly, but it doesn't appear that I did. So thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think back to us to that conversation, because that was the point in the committee meeting where there was a bunch of stuff getting thrown on the table, and I'm wondered if I don't know if we discussed that or not. So as far as that's something we've talked about in the past, like if the quota is not caught by X date, maybe we entertain raising vessel caps, but no one knows how. That's a whole nother conversation.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So I'm not seeing any other questions. Our next testifier is Duncan Fields, followed by Linda Bankin.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And I had submitted a letter on behalf of the Kodiak Tribal Coalition. Do you have that electronically to view as a council?
It's not attached to your
Oh, shucks.
that's here, but I think some members of the council have reviewed that letter.
It's
So
a,
we can
it's
see if we
a,
can get it linked.
yeah, my technological deficiencies. It was similar letter submitted to the IFQ committee, Madam Chair, but I'll testify irrespective of the letter at this point. Thank you. Duncan Fields, speaking today on behalf of the Kodiak Island Tribal Coalition. I think I probably didn't sign up for a group. I checked the wrong box, but also for the CQEs in Uzinki and Old Harbor. Uzinki CQE is Uzinki Community Holding Company, and Old Harbor is Cape Barnabas, Inc. I'm going to reference first the two ideas that have come forth relative to the CQEs. One is faster transfer limits within National Marine Fisheries, and the other is modification of transfer eligibility certificate. The CQEs here in the Tribal Coalition would both support those. I probably had more experience than many in terms of CQE transfers. We've had to wait in some circumstances as much as 6 weeks to get a transfer to occur. This really isn't a criticism of DIMP's RAM personnel. I want to be real clear about that. But it always seems that their computer system is changing or broken with regard to CQEs. The CQE seems outside of the normal flow in the distribution of quota. And so consequently, the timeframes, particularly later in the season when we may need to transfer CQE from one community resident to another, we've run into some real issues. And so this is something I'd like the council to pursue. It may be something that can be worked out internally with RAM, National Marine Fisheries, but it is a problem for the CQEs. Regarding the transfer eligibility certificate, I know you're having a much broader discussion about those generally, but with regard to the CQEs, I think that that requirement should just be waived. And the CQE as a community knows who's in the community. knows who's capable of fishing that quota. They're entrusting that resource to the individual. So the rationale for having a transfer eligibility certificate it is not that applicable to a situation where you sort of have a community reviewing who's available and who's capable of fishing the quota. Now here in Kodiak, many of the young people still qualify, but I can see within a year, 2 or 3, the pool of people that have eligibility certificates is declining rapidly, as Alexa pointed out. Fewer and fewer opportunities to be on the water and to be fishing, particularly with the decline of the salmon fisheries. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the RQE program and the need for the council to add a discussion of the RQE program into section 2.9 with regard to CQEs. The RQE program likely to be, the final regulations are likely to be published here in the next month or two. And that's going to infuse a couple of $1 million, $1 million to $2 million probably into the market, and that will have a direct impact on the CQE program. Also, I think it's illustrative that the RQE program is a program that assesses the participants in that fishery for the benefit of the fishery. And I think there's a parallel between the RQE program and a long-time ask of the CQE program for the possibility of an annual assessment on IFQ deliveries, perhaps 1% over a period of time until the CQE program can acquire an amount of quota, and we're suggesting 10% of that quota. So moving from those two issues, I would also like, and I know you had a discussion yesterday about including a discussion of the CDQ program in section 2.9 with regard to the RQEs. I understand, as pointed out by a council member, that CDQ was very different. But goal number 10, directly related to CDQ, talked about maintaining a small boat fleet or developing a small boat fleet. I think that's relevant. Has the CDQ program developed a small boat fleet? Has it worked? I think the contrast between creating a allocation to the CDQ at the outset of a program versus trying to catch up, as the CQE has been trying to catch up now for some 20 years, is a good comparison or a good contrast. And so I would encourage, based on goal number 10 of the IFQ program, that you include in this section 2.9 a discussion of the CDQ program, Madam Chair. With regard to our asks, specific asks, we would like the council to consider a white paper that lifts our concerns or lifts the information you have in section 2.9, the clear impacts, negative impacts on smaller Gulf of Alaska fishery-dependent communities as a result of the IFQ program. And I understand there's lots of variables. We had this discussion yesterday, but a number of these studies show that even discounting for the other variables, population decline and so on, the IFQ program specifically has had a significant impact in terms of economic opportunities in these rural communities. And we'd like a white paper to discuss solutions or ways to claw back opportunities within the IFQ program for CQ communities. We've offered 6. It's not on the exclusive list. Again, because you don't have that letter, I'll summarize. One would be to fund the IFQ program with issuance of additional quota over time, so you increase the quota pool overall with the allocation. One would be to have an economic assessment on a yearly basis that would enable the CQE program to fund itself similar to what you've created for the recreational quota program, the RQE program. One would be to, every time you transfer quota share, some portion of that goes to fund the CQE program. Another idea was benchmark quota at a low level now, and then as you have quota increases, some portion of quota increases over time are allocated to the CQE program. And then the final thing would be to reintroduce or energize prior council discussion with regard to quota share pool. At the time, it didn't seem that the council wanted to move forward, but again, times have changed. This analysis indicates that we have ongoing issues relative to rural coastal communities, the CQE program, and the halibut fishery overall. I do think and so those would be the asks for the tribal coalition here in Kodiak and the CQE programs that I work with here in Kodiak. We would ask that a white paper would be advanced, if not now, at some subsequent council meeting when we have discussions relative to the IFQ review. We would like the council to consider moving forward on these issues. Let's see here. I think, Madam Chair, thanks for your patience, but I think that would conclude my immediate comments. I apologize that you don't have my letter in front of you. And again, thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fields. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Fields, for your testimony. If I'm trying to sort out the overall message, though, it really, correct me if I'm wrong, was that you do support what the AP had suggested doing in terms of trying to provide some more flexibility for residents within the program, but that doesn't address the overall problem of trying to fund or bolster the CQE program across all those communities. And so your additional ideas are things in addition to that, unrelated to the ability for individual residents to use the CQE quota. Did I capture that correctly?
Let the record reflect that Duncan only had a one-word answer. The answer is yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And then within the, and you're right, we don't have your letter, so I'm not going to ask about that, but within the AP motion, and you mentioned it in your testimony, the flexibility to transfer between residents, can you describe better for me that whether CQEs are actually having that problem now, or whether we think that's a potential problem that we're trying to head off? I just don't have a great sense of like the immediate need to deal with that.
Thank you. Thanks for that follow-up. If I wasn't clear, it is an immediate problem. It's a problem that I've faced in a number of occasions. It's not a problem that I faced this year because we haven't needed to transfer quota in season. All of the initial recipients have been able to catch their quota. But when I have had to, well, and even this year, in the initial transfer of quota, I believe that I had put in the paperwork late April, early May, and it didn't transfer till sometime in early June. So 4 to 6 week time frame to have quota transferred. And I think initially the actual amounts were incorrect, and then we went back and worked through that, what the amount of the quota transfer was. But it's an immediate issue. It's an issue faced by the CQEs on an annual basis should there be a need to transfer quota from one community resident to another in season.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you again, Mr. Fields. Excuse me, we do have a question. Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fields. I don't think you touched on it. Forgive me if you did and I missed it. You reference some of the stuff in the AP motion relative to CQE eligibility. My question is on the minimum age, and if you have any thoughts on that, being an Alaskan family fishing business. I don't know if you take your kids out when they're still in diapers, but shortly thereafter. Do you have any thoughts on the minimum age for TEC qualifications?
Thank you for that question, John. Yeah, I think I'm still criticized for having my 6-week-old baby in the wash tub tied into the bow of the skiff. So we introduced our kids to fishing very early. And I don't know that it's necessarily the council's has a need to have an age limit on quota requirements. I think in many ways, enabling young people to hold some quota vests them in the fishery or creates an interest in participating in the fishery. I think that merits council's review and discussion, John. But from my perspective, having a minimum age requirement may not meet the programmatic goals, or there may not be a need for that sort of administrative oversight.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Fields. So our next testifier is Linda Benkin, followed by Malcolm Milne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin with Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I'll just dive in. Hope you can hear me okay. I want to start by thanking Northern Economics and council staff for their work on the review. Their report does a good job of building on the extensive 20-year review to evaluate performance of the program relative to the MSA and program goals. We particularly appreciate the inclusion of community level data in the report and in the appendix. The review does pick up trends in community engagement over time, even if it cannot capture the impact to the communities of losing access. Importantly, the program has met most conservation goals, preventing TAC overages, reducing gear loss and dead loss, and that's certainly important to note and celebrate. The review claims safety benefits that might at this point be difficult to defend. Fishermen are under extraordinary pressure right now to service quota debt and support their families. Relative to that, important to correct quota share price data that's in the review on pages 131 and the tables that follow per the AP motion. On community issues, the review describes the amount of consolidation that has occurred since the program was implemented. As others have said, that consolidation, and from our perspective, has gone too far and has had a negative impact on our industry, communities, and working waterfronts. I raised a question in our written comments that we hope the council or analysts will address about the Gini coefficient. I just want to point out now that most of the consolidation has come from residents of small rural communities who received relatively small amounts of quota. Once that quota is gone from those communities, it's very difficult for young people to re-enter the fisheries. And yet, in these isolated rural communities, fisheries are critical to culture, employment, income, food security, and wellness. Again, most of the consolidation has come at the expense of the smaller rural communities, particularly the CQE communities, where you saw that 75% loss of quota share over time. We believe this is an aspect of the program the council should not ignore. The same impacts were flagged in the 20-year review. At that time, a number of discussion papers or amendments were launched, but none passed the council. As some of you are aware, our organization has done what it can outside the process to support entry level and fill in the gap. We've taken on an over $2 million debt, plus secured close to an equal amount in grants to establish a quota bank, support low-risk, low-cost loans, and launch a crew apprentice program. We've tried, but it's certainly not been enough. We're now working with Sea Alaska and Central Council Tlingit Haida Indian Association to launch a regional CQE for Southeast. We'll continue to work to move that structure ahead, but at this point need just a little help from the council to make the CQE program more viable. Per the AP recommendations, we ask that the council initiate a discussion paper or analysis that considers first allowing time on tenders to count toward the TEC requirement, although we are more comfortable with limiting that to Alaska's tenders specifically. Two, reducing or waiving the TEC requirements for residents of CQE communities applying to fish CQE quota. As far as what reducing might mean, something closer to 30 days, we believe, would work for people in these communities. And three, creating a mechanism for in-season transfer of CQE IFQ between community residents. We believe these changes will make the CQE program much more viable and ask that you initiate work on these amendments at this meeting. In the time I have remaining, I wanted to address a few of the other issues that have been raised and discussed quite a bit today. First, the minimum age. Certainly believe that setting the minimum age at 18 really discourages families that fish together discourages participation by young people in the program. And my kids were on the boat when they were, well, they had a TEC long before they were 18 and were purchasing quota and using that quota to support now their college education. Sorry, I'm distracted by what's going on with the timer. It looks like I still have a little time left. On the beneficiary issue, I'm surprised to hear that this is creating a problem. I thought the council was clear that a beneficiary from the surviving spouse amendment allowed people to transfer their IFQ, to lease that IFQ for 3 years, at which time the expectation was that IFQ would be sold, or that person would earn a TEC and be back on the boat. We believe that this issue should be looked at and clarified, and it should be something that's relatively easy to resolve. Finally, we are supportive of the idea that's been brought forward to take a look at limited amount of freezing on catcher vessels. Believe that look should be by area, since there's certainly different needs in different areas and varying availability of processors to meet the needs of the fleet across the fishery. And thanks, I'll stop there, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Bankin. Yeah, see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Bankin, for your testimony. And I understand the support for the smaller changes to the CQE program that affect only those that hold quota, but the majority of your comment letter seems to be about the obstacles to purchasing quota. And so it's very explicit that there may be additional changes forthcoming. I assume you mean by the public. And I wondered if you had any progress in those potential changes that you might see forthcoming to address that issue, or if those need to be socialized more. I ask in particular because several of those types of solutions, and even those brought forward by the previous testifier, really received a lot of opposition from existing quota shareholders in the program. And we wouldn't want to just kind of redo that process if we didn't have some socialization of those new ideas. So can you give some context for what you mentioned in your letter?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's why I think we're not suggesting any bigger program changes at this point. We did work with people from other communities to bring forward an entry-level pool concept after the 20-year review. That met with enough resistance to kill the idea. I think at this point, it'd be harder to find support for that because there aren't very many fishermen who feel like they can survive if they give up even 1% of their quota right now. People are underwater on loans. They're barely hanging on or not hanging on right now. So we're not supporting or not bringing forward those ideas yet. We're continuing to talk and work with people in other communities to look at alternatives. I think what's important to take from our testimony is to resist what we see inevitably happens when times get tough, the push to allow additional consolidation as a way to respond to a crisis, when in the long term, what that does is just cause further impacts to the industry as a whole, to the communities, to the working waterfronts, and to entry-level opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Bankin. You talked about maybe a limited amount of allowing a limited amount of freezer capability, and then sort of referenced different areas. And I wondered if that was what you were thinking of in terms of limited, meaning not geographically uniform, but were there other forms of limitations you were also thinking of relative to allowing freezer capacity?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think when this has been proposed before, it did include some restrictions on how much processing would be allowed. When we put the IFQ program in place, there was certainly concern about ensuring that product continued to come onshore to support the processing sector that's of course critical to the health of the fishery as a whole, as well as the fishing communities where those processors are often really critical to the infrastructure of the community. I would want us to think about how we balance those needs and make sure we are providing additional flexibility for harvesters where processors are, where there is limited ability to process fish or limited interest in processing fish on shore, but do it in a way that also balances the needs of the whole industry to keep the processing sector and the communities healthy.
Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin. You mentioned CQE transfers, but I didn't capture if you had specific thoughts around that. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, thank you, Sue's Chair, Ms. Cohen, thanks for that question. We have talked to, I think you heard from Mr. Fields, the challenges they've had of being able to move CQE quota between residents in season and the lag that can occur. And it seems to us that if a CQE is able to purchase IFQ, that maybe we can look at an arrangement with the National Marine Fisheries Service where that quota is held by the CQE has the opportunity to assign that quota to different people to fish. And if it's moved from one member of the CQE community to another, that the onus would be on the CQE, that entity, to notify NIMS that the quota was being moved from one resident to another, but without having to go through RAM to replace that quota. And I don't know if that's doable, but it seems to me like something we should look at and see if there's a way to do that meets enforcement concerns, but also provides the timeliness and flexibility that CQEs need to make this work.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, our last testifier is Malcolm Milne.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Malcolm Milne. I am speaking on behalf of myself today. I initially wasn't planning on speaking, but as I'm really discouraged in trying to get out of the industry, but I did figure I would at least put in my 2 cents here on this IFQ review. My first fishery was 1994, the last halibut derby, and I have participated in the IFQ fishery every year since. I was a deckhand from that 1994 up until 2002, where I moved into the skipper's chair, ran a boat for another guy as a hired skipper until 2010, when I bought my own boat, and then continued a hired skipper relationship, and then started taking some walk-ons. Over the years, I did try to invest in the fishery as much as I could. My total accumulation of quota to this point has been about 7,000 pounds. I was pretty debt adverse and tried to pay things off as I went. But with quota share, with the overall quota declining and everything, I ended up with 7,000 pounds approximately this year. And if I sold it at today's prices, I would have less money than I paid for it over the years. And that doesn't account for any inflation or my opportunity cost of that cash doing something differently. So I'm underwater on the quota I own. This year I fished 72,000 pounds total, so less than 10% of what I owned. The walk-on quota shareholders were ages 82, 82, 75, 80, and 53. The 2 hired skippers, I think they're both in their 70s. So basically, I'm a sharecropper. Mr. Kwachka pretty much summarized most of my feelings too. I'm right in his same camp, different area, but same story. The privatization paradigm is just a failed experiment, in my opinion. The way that we've given these fisheries away to individuals and then expected there to be some sort of ownership or some great outcome for the fishery in general and for the net benefit to the nation, I just don't think is there. And we continue to do it. So when we're asked for like, what's our ask, or what do you want going forward? I mean, I just want to stop doing these privatizations. The crab fishery was privatized. That was even worse. I realized that wasn't exactly the council process, but even this most recent one in the Bering Sea, giving the cod away, we have one main owner of all the cod in the Bering Sea. So the other markets are a guy goes out pot fishing and they don't even need the fish anymore, the cod. They have their own fish because they own it all. So I just think we need to get away from this whole, rationalization in quotes of giving the fishery away. I had one of my quarter lords, as I call them, on board, and he was asking, what would you have done differently? Well, I think I told him I would lease it. And then you could have charged the guy 40 or 50% apparently, and taken that to run the fishery. And he said, what do you mean 40 or 50%? I said, yeah, what are you charging me? 40%. That's just coming straight out of the fishery, out of my pocket. And I'm out of time. I had a little more to say, but it's not important. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Milne. Yes, Ms. Goen has a question.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Milne. I heard your message that you don't support the IFQ program. Do you have any specific asks, though, within this program review of things that could help what the program we have improve?
I've thought about that over time, and I appreciate the question through the chair. But at this point, I mean, I think that this review should just reflect the fact that the privatization was a bad experiment, and that as far as improving this quota, I mean, I told you how old my quota holders are. Maybe they pass away, and there's more quota available, and people can buy. But I think it's too late. I mean, you look at the IPHC statistics, the weight per unit effort for the commercial fisheries at an all-time low. I mean, we're at a fraction of what it was. I mean, I know there's a lot of factors that have gone into that, not just obviously the IFQ fishery, but I just think at this point, I don't know what we can do to salvage what we've done. So I'm sorry.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Malcolm. I guess I just want to ask a question. I'm not trying to pitch a softball here. I'm just trying to get the message clear and provide some clarity, I guess. But the message I'm getting from your testimony is you feel like the program maybe incentivized you to overcapitalize into the industry. Is that a good distillation of what you're saying?
And through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Ritchie. I've actually, as I said, I didn't use a bunch of debt. I usually just try to pay cash for the quota I had, or very short-term debt. And so I didn't overcapitalize because the boat I bought also went into salmon, and I used it for other things. So, I mean, overall, that wasn't my situation, but that's because the capitalization was, I mean, we all know what happened in 1994 when this system was created. There was a bunch of immediate capitalization that went into the hands of the original issuees, and they just had all this money that they then owned the fishery. So I wasn't able to capitalize and buy into the fishery because I didn't have anything to leverage really, and it was just this whole thought of like, okay, now they own it. So, and even look at the RQE, the charter fishery is buying into the fishery too, because you're going to buy quota from these original issuees. It's the same situation, and they just owned it, and then everyone else is just left to serve them, is how I see it. So that's my best answer. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Okay. So that concludes our public testimony on D5. Let's take a 15-minute break, come back at 10 a.m. and see what the wishes of the council are. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have heard staff presentation and taken public testimony on D5. What are the wishes of the council? Yes, Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. My motion reads, the council accepts the IFQ program review after revisions recommended by the IFQ committee and AP as practicable. Further, the council requests a discussion paper to consider the following changes to the IFQ program. Number 1, explore options to allow the automation of in-season transfers of CQE held quota share between eligible residents. Number 2, potential changes to the criteria to be eligible to receive quota share or IFQ by transfer, the transfer eligibility certificate. Letter A, waive or reduce the transfer eligibility requirements for CQE eligible community residents when fishing CQE held quota share. B, allow time as crew on a tender vessel operating in support of a commercial fishery managed by the state of Alaska or in a federal commercial fishery in the EEZ off Alaska to count towards the 150 days of sea time required for a transfer eligibility certificate. C, establish a regulatory minimum age to be eligible to receive IFQ or quota share by transfer. Discuss administrative and legal considerations of establishing a minimum age less than the interim policy of 18 years, for example, 16 years old. The paper should also include information on the amount of quota share held by beneficiaries beyond the 3-year period during which the NMFS regional administrator will approve an application for transfer of IFQ. This would allow the council to assess the scope of retention of quota share by beneficiaries who do not have a transfer eligibility certificate, and whether changes to the survivorship transfer privilege regulations at 50 CFR 679.41K may be warranted. And with a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for the second. Thank you, Mr. Hartley and NMFS and council staff for their work on the program review. I thought the inclusion of Appendix 1 with community-specific information was a great addition and was extremely helpful in understanding how community involvement has changed since the inception of the program and how those trends have flattened out in most communities since the last program review. Based on the information presented in the review, the goals and objectives of the program are being met. For example, we are often reminded of the importance of maintaining a largely owner-operated fleet. And since the last program review, the use of hired masters has decreased in both of the IFQ fisheries, from about 33% to 25% in the halibut catcher vessel fleet, and from about 45% to 31% in the sablefish catcher vessel fleet. My motion picks up the recommendations of the advisory panel to further explore potential program changes specific to the transfer eligibility certificate and the CQE program. Under number 1, exploring options to allow the automation of in-season transfers. This is really a technical fix and would not require a regulatory amendment. The National Marine Fisheries Service RAM Division is currently working to implement the IFQ program into the Integrated Fisheries application. Information in this discussion paper will be useful to help the public understand RAM Division's thinking on changes that they're considering to the software program and hopefully provide direction on how to automate that process for transferring CQE held quota share amongst eligible residents. To point 2A, waiving or reducing the transfer eligibility requirements for CQE eligible community residents. This discussion paper should describe the current TEC eligibility requirements and provide a description of the requirements that are applicable to residents of ADAC, because those are different from other CQE communities, in addition to bringing back information that would help the council narrow down and define this potential change. And lastly, I'll speak to the final request on information about quota share held by beneficiaries. We heard in April in preparation for the IFQ permit issuance for this current fishing year, the agency identified an increase in the amount of quota share held by beneficiaries beyond the 3-year beneficiary window. In past years, the amount of quota share held by beneficiaries beyond this 3-year limit was fairly low. It was a small amount, but I'd like to understand whether we're continuing to see an increase in the amount of unused quota share in this category before the council considers whether a regulatory amendment is needed. Finally, I'd like to note that there were several other program changes that were brought forward by the committee and in public testimony at this meeting and at other recent council meetings. It's not my intention to preclude further consideration of those changes, but I thought it was important to move forward at this time with the narrow set of changes that were prioritized by our advisory panel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Any questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Bush, for your motion. Just a couple of questions. Our motion on the last agenda item on a similar program review also just directed staff right up front in the first part of the motion to also make any recommendations that were practicable that reflected council discussion too. And I notice yours just suggests to staff that they incorporate IFQ and AP discussion, IFQ committee and AP discussions. Do you think it's appropriate to also reference council discussions in that direction?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you. That was an oversight, and yes, I do think it's appropriate and that staff should incorporate discussions that the council has today into the program review before it's finalized.
And Mr. Twite?
Thanks for that. I'm wondering if you envision that the discussion paper under 2C, the minimum age, whether that discussion paper would also provide some information to regarding the consequences of simply not adopting a minimum age, what negative consequences might entail, in other words, sort of why, give us more of a sense of why why a minimum age might be needed. Do you think is that your intent, that would be part of what we'd see in a discussion paper?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for that question. Yes, I think that would be appropriate. My direction is really getting at what I want to hear back from the agency, what their thinking was in establishing the interim policy and why that policy was needed. I would assume that would also include, I guess, their rationale for why they think further council discussions on that if we do not agree with their interim policy, what we would like to see otherwise.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bush, for your motion. My question is on the last paragraph, and it's really due to my lack of familiarity. I understand the ask on the amount of quota share held by beneficiaries. I wondered if is the question that we're trying to answer here in this discussion, what happens to that quota share after the 3-year period if it hasn't been transferred, or is there a different question we're trying to answer?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yeah, my question here is to bring back information on the amount of that quota, really to gauge if it's a big issue or a small issue. It's my understanding, and hopefully the agency will correct me if I'm wrong. Currently, they will continue to issue or to approve an application for transfer of IFQ within that 3-year window. After that 3-year window, they will no longer approve an application for transfer of IFQ, but I believe that quota share can still be held by the beneficiary into the future. They can either then sell that quota share to a qualified applicant or get a TEC themselves to have IFQ issued to them. But as it stands now, I believe they can just hold that indefinitely. If it's a small amount, maybe we don't spend the time to provide different direction. But if it's an increasing issue, then I think it's warrants further council consideration of providing direction of what should happen to that quota after that 3-year window or some period of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, and thank you for the motion, Ms. Bush. Under number 1, on in-season transfers, we heard in public testimony an idea of allowing the CQE itself to do the transfers and then notify NIFs. Does the language you have there in number 1 include an option like that too? Or would that allow for something like that to happen?
Through the chair, Mrs. Goen, thank you for that question. Yes, I think in the term automation of the process envisions some sort of online process whereby the CQE could have that quota transferred more seamlessly. Right now, because of the old system, it takes staff to sort of go in and do that process. I can't speak to how the new program works, but this is just a technical fix, and so here I would like to hear back information from RAM Division on their thinking of how they're going to program this new software and what sort of capabilities it may allow within what we can do legally for making that process happen in a more timely manner in season.
Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Bush, for the motion. My question is in item 2A, to waive or reduce the transfer requirements for CEQ eligible communities. And we heard some public testimony about what reduce means, but I wonder if you could just speak to what you had in mind here, what you would like to see in the discussion paper about that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair. As I noted, I would like the discussion paper to further describe the current TEC eligibility requirements, provide a description of the requirements for ADAC because I believe those are slightly different, and then provide some more information back to the council of what waiving would look like. Would that then be a separate certificate that is just based on whether or not the person in the CQE is a resident of that community, because that would still be a requirement. I don't have any recommendations as far as what reduce would be. Something less than 150 days. We did hear in public testimony 30 days. At this point, I'm just looking for information on what current requirements are amongst the scope of CQEs that we have, noting that they are different for ADAC. If the council decides to move forward and initiate an analysis, I think we could put some specific numbers in there of what that reduction would be. But at this point, it's just something less than 150 days.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any amendments? Yes, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of amendments to the first sentence, and one of them is, and they do different things, so I'll make them as 2 different amendments. One of them is pretty simple. The other I was actually trying to get typed into an email to Danielle to help, but I think we can work this way. The first one is sorry, the first sentence, yes, the one that begins, the council accepts the AFQ program. I would move to amend this first sentence by including the following language right after the word AP, comma, or council discussion, comma, as practicable. And with a second, I can speak to that.
Okay. Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thanks. as I indicated in my question to Ms. Bush on this, it seemed like an appropriate addition at this point, and she indicated that she agreed and thought it was just an oversight. So I think there's sufficient justification.
Any questions on that? Any comments? Any objection? Okay, seeing none, that amendment passes without objection. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. My second amendment would be actually beginning at the end of that sentence, and I might as well just make it a new sentence. The council recommends addition of one suggestion in section 3.5 as follows. And then I think, yeah, exactly. Danielle, you're ahead of me. Examine the economic and management effects of the current IPHC minimum size regulation on participants in the IFQ program. And with a second, again, I can speak to that.
Second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Section 3.5 is the section that's of the program review that's currently left blank that was to be filled in following review of the council's review, both committee, AP, and council of the total program, and essentially is the place where we park suggestions for future work. And I'm just suggesting one of the bullets. I think staff will fill in others that have been worked extensively through the IFQ committee process and AP process, but because this is one that apparently just originated at the council discussion level, I thought it would be useful to for the council to consider and for staff to have just directed wording on this particular suggestion. I assume that section 3.5 will also include other bullets that staff will provide that are an outcome of the first sentence about the council accepting the program review with the revisions recommended.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Twite, for the amendment in part because I think it's on us to not just capture everything that was said in a council discussion, but try to delineate the things we want added. So I was a little uncomfortable with the previous motion. I'm more comfortable looking at language for what you mean. My question is whether, since the IPHC has reviewed and done white papers on that very issue, minimum size regulation, for the same purpose, it seems, what are the economic and management and biological effects of that? Is your intent that the staff would kind of draw from that previous work and include it in section 3.5 or redo that analysis? I just need a sense of what the burden of work is and why.
I think we're actually, as a council, probably a little unclear on what we'll do with all the items that appear in 3.5 because they're really suggestions for future work. And so I assume the council, but we just want to bookmark those so we don't just simply do the program review and lose track of those. Section 3.5 doesn't in and of itself actually start anything, at least as I read it, and maybe I'm looking at the author of the review or staff, but I don't think there's anything in 3.5 unless we actually worded that we intend to begin something. I think it's mostly just a compilation of subjects that future councils could decide to explore further. I would hope that we would, and I would hope at some future date decide to explore that further, and I would hope that a large part of that exploration would be looking at the materials the IPHC has contributed so far, as well as other materials. There are other perspectives on this than the IPHC's perspective.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your amendments. This is a bit ticky-tacky, but the council recommends addition of one suggestion. Is the use of the word one necessary, or can it be a suggestion? The one seems to denote more than more than you intended it to, really. And if it just said the addition of a suggestion in section 3.5, I think that might be a bit better. That's my opinion.
I think your opinion's quite valid.
Thank you.
Okay, we can just clean that up and consider that a friendly amendment. Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, is it appropriate to ask staff how they would approach this, or I'm just uncomfortable with a whole new body of work added to the analysis, especially when we just have very recent work from the IPHC. And I was more comfortable thinking we could draw that into this as an identified issue and area for future research, which I note there, like you said, there's nothing in section 3.5 right now. But if it's a whole new analysis for staff to add to the program review, that might be a different decision.
Yeah, clarity from Mr. Witherell on that. Thank you.
I haven't had a chance to confer with Marcus, but if there's already reports from the IPHC, it would be easy enough to summarize those in a few paragraphs. What I heard at this meeting was really the interest was on changing the discard rate of groundfish from that minimum size limit and the low catch rates. And that might be additional information that you're looking for. I didn't know what Mr. Twite meant by other perspectives.
Mr. Twite.
Well, first off, to be clear, the title of section 3.5 is identified issues and areas for future research. So again, this is not a proposal that the council would actually necessarily even begin work on at this point. It's a list of areas that could be, probably should be, looked into further. I do think it would start with a compilation of what's existing, and most of that is indeed the IPHC work. But there are other. I'm aware of other either published or gray literature work looking at this issue of. I mean, the background is that as the body size of halibut continues to decline, a larger and larger portion of the biomass falls into the U32, unavailable for commercial harvest category, creating some very odd discrepancies as this council have observed regularly. And also, well, I won't go there. And so as a result, the participants in the IFQ program are really, because they are legally able to access less of the biomass than some of the other fisheries that also make use of, in one way or another, the halibut resource in the North Pacific, are having fairly different economic experiences as a result of that. Ultimately, that should be of interest to this council, but I'm not suggesting we start on that at this point. There's the IPHC work on that issue, but there are other authors, other groups who have also taken a look at that, and we should be cognizant of that work as well.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for that explanation. And I wasn't disputing whether it was an area of interest, but because that section is 100% blank, I have no idea how to think about what that will look like and what the burden of work would be. And I think between the discussion of Mr. Witherell and Mr. Twite, I now understand that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the amendment? Any comments? Okay, any objection? Oh, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would just like to comment that I'll be supporting this amendment, and I appreciate Mr. Twite's take on this. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Any other comments? See if there's any objection. Okay, seeing none, the amendment passes without objection. Any further amendments? Okay. So the main motion on the floor, the amended main motion, any final comments? Motion. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Something, I support the motion and appreciate the work of the analyst and staff and others on this. I do hope that there's a little bit more discussion, that council members have some thoughts on how to move forward on a couple of the other items that were here. Particularly, I'm thinking about things like timing of the process for determining the fee, the cost recovery fee, and I'm hopeful that there will be. To this, though, it seems to me that I, at least as one council member, when we went through the work to provide direction on the work plan for this, I could have, should have put some more thought into some of these issues that I'm raising now, and that we've raised collectively, and that I'm just suggesting to the council that the next time we do a work plan, which may be a while, I think we're done with a fair number of these reviews, but staff probably would have benefited from a little bit more advance notice on some of these, and I'm certainly, I think, as culpable as any council member for not giving staff an early on idea. So it's one area where I think we should, as a council, try to use the work plan where we initiate this as a way of flagging some of these issues that we expect some more attention paid to. And I think that'll help staff a lot. And we'll be more in a position to probably proactively take on some of the challenges that are then identified through the process, instead of going, oh yeah, well, like I've just done here with adding something to 3.5 that we probably could have gotten more information on if we'd been clear at the beginning. And I'm sorry it took me 20 sentences to say that last sentence, but.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the motion, Ms. Bush. I will be supporting the motion. I will say I have been toying with an amendment. I know we're past that point now. But we heard in public testimony, we see in the IFQ committee report, this idea of allowing freezing on board vessels. I think it's something really important that should be considered moving forward, given the challenges we're seeing in the processing sector and access to processors. I also heard, and I thought there were good points in public testimony about making sure we keep that balance, because we need to support our shore-based processors. They keep our communities vibrant. But I think this issue is worth exploring. I'd like to see the IFQ committee continue to tease apart what this could look like. I think the timing is now, while we're in a program review, and I was disappointed to see that it didn't come through the AP motion. But I hope we can continue looking into this and exploring whether we should bring forward that at a future time.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I will support the motion. I do appreciate actually that it follows the AP's recommendations, in part because some of the other items that we heard from various public or testimonies or the IFQ committee were just scales above in terms of complexity for the program that is a program that's been established for decades. So I think these are things that are really pretty targeted to, can we provide more flexibility to allow for new entrants in the program, more opportunity for crew, more opportunity for CQEs. I think it's fairly narrow, and I think I appreciate that at this time, even though we also heard in testimony that there may be other ideas coming forward to kind of bolster the CQE program on a larger scale. I'm welcoming those new ideas, as long as we can talk about the reality of pushing those forward. So I think this motion is really solid for what we're trying to accomplish through the review. I think it's targeting new entrants in CQE communities, which I think is appropriate, and I'm in support.
Thank you. And Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the motion as well. Mr. Twite touched upon the cost recovery fees issue, and the program review highlighted some considerations for cost recovery given a lengthened season since the inception of the IFQ program. As was brought out during the staff presentation, NIM staff are interested in looking into this and suggesting some fixes, and noted that while the biggest issues are with the IFQ cost recovery program, there are similar inefficiencies that could be addressed in all of our cost recovery and fee collection programs. So it may make sense to take a more holistic look at that. So given that broader focus, it doesn't really fit under this agenda item, but I just want to mention that I'm considering a motion under staff tasking that subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Any last comments? The motion. Thank you for all of your work on this, Ms. Bush, as well as your leadership on the IFQ committee. So are there any objections to the motion? Seeing none, that passes without objection. Any further actions on D5? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a motion, but I wasn't sure where else to do this. I really want to acknowledge the AP's second motion on this agenda item about bycatch and discards. It caught my eye in this report, as well as in the NIMS management report we had under B reports about the increases in discards. And I don't have anything prepared at this time. I feel like I need to continue to get some thoughts together, but I do find it troubling with the increase in fixed gear discards. And so I just wanted to flag that I do anticipate in the future, I may bring something back for potential action in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Okay. Looks like we're ready to transition to staff tasking, and turn it over to Mr. Witherall, unless you need a moment.
Madam Chair, I think we could start. Before Diana begins the report on staff tasking, I just want to take a few minutes to recognize our individual staff from the North Pacific Council and their performance. As you know, I'm real proud of our dedicated staff and the work that they do to enhance the council process, particularly when they go above and beyond the call of duty. So I'd like to take a minute to recognize our staff individually for what they do. Particularly Sarah Cleaver for effectively juggling a work portfolio of diverse activities, from the groundfish plan team to the fishery monitoring advisory committee to the programmatic evaluation and analyzing the small sablefish issue. To Shannon Cochran for going the extra distance to secure new meeting space on short notice, and for working with the AP to organize and finalize their motion and minutes. For Maria Davis for leading the development of new technologies, equipment, and administrative procedures to enhance the quality and flow of council meetings. To Michael Fye for tirelessly working with council staff to fulfill never-ending data requests and provide analytical guidance to staff. To Kate Hoppola for leading for the preparation of the chum salmon bycatch analysis and for coordinating tribal outreach activities. To Anna Henry for her work on the halibut and sablefish IFQ issues and for the initial work to develop a LAP program for the Bering Sea peacock pot fishery. To Kayla Hillary for being a reliable contractor and troubleshooting issues with sound quality and testimony at council meetings. To Taylor Holman for jumping right in and taking on the analysis of the Bering Sea crab sea share program, sea shares, and tracking the Amendment 80 program review. Deanna Kroska for coming quickly up to speed in coordinating the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island crab plan team and taking on tasks related to EFH, scala fisheries, and the Gulf of Alaska tanner crab bycatch. To Katie Latanich for successful organization and implementation of the climate scenarios workshop and preparation of the workshop report. To Sarah Marinan for preparing the chum salmon bycatch regulatory impact analysis and for assisting with interviews and mentoring of our new staff. To Danielle Merkuliev for her boundless enthusiasm and exuberance and her ability to learn quickly on the job and become a key member of the administrative team. To Elena Plache for joining the council staff as an Alaska Sea Grant Fellow and developing a proposal to collect oral histories of people involved in the North Pacific Council process. To Nicole Schmidt for assisting me with the preparation of our operation grant, our IRA grant, and our no-cost extension application in 2024, and for maintaining impeccable financial records. To Diana Stram for assisting with the transition of the crab plan team leadership and for her extraordinary efforts to complete the work of the Climate Change Task Force. And lastly, to Diana Evans for her endless optimism and leadership and for her outstanding organizational and administrative advice and assistance. Thank you all for your dedication to the process. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present the staff work.
The council extends its immense appreciation to all of the staff. We obviously could not do the work that we do to advance sustainable fisheries management without you. So thank you all.
Good morning, members of the council. Diana Evans, council staff. I'm just going to have a short PowerPoint that really just walks through information in the action memo or some of the materials that are in staff tasking. There we go. So just a few different items as usual that we bundle under staff tasking. First looking at kind of our committees and upcoming meetings, appointments, etc., and then looking ahead to future tasking. I wanted to note, I'll walk through the items on the left-hand side here, and I have a couple of slides on each of those. We do also, as part of this agenda item, as you recall, we had a recreational fishery roundtable that occurred earlier this week on Monday, I believe, of last week. Sarah Marinan attended that and has written a written summary of that meeting that is available to you. It's posted on the e-agenda. If you would like her to come up and say any words or have any questions about that summary, she's available to do that. We can ask her to come up after this, after I conclude, if that's of interest. And then just noting in the action memo, I'm not going to walk through the detail, but Dr. Kate Hoppola put together information on the council's council's chum engagement plans for February-March time period. You discussed that extensively at the October meeting, and that's just an update. But again, if you have specific questions on that, Dr. Hoppola can come up and address those. Just moving on to the other items here. So beginning with committees and advisory groups, the action memo notes that this is your meeting, as you're well aware, for appointing members for 2025 for both the advisory panel and the SSC. This is also a year for appointing the 2-year appointments to PNCAC, the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee. I'm trying to remember what the I was. And so that the last 2-year appointments were for 23 and 2024, and those have expired. We did an informal reach out to PNCAC members to see who wanted to be reappointed for that process this year. And then just noting that there were some solicitation earlier this year for FMAC and PC-FMAC members for nominations. So that might be something that you want to address. I believe the the IFQ committee, under your D5 agenda item, you received a report from the IFQ committee, and you obviously addressed the IFQ program review, which was the primary substantive item that committee took up. But you had directed earlier in the year that you asked all of the council committees when they next met to review their terms of reference, or if they do not have a terms of reference, to adopt one. So the IF committee did take up that up as an agenda item and drafted a terms of reference. And unless I missed it, I don't believe you adopted that. So that would be something for the council to approve during staff tasking. That's available to you. It's posted under D5. As our new process, we're trying to highlight for you upcoming meetings and also just generally the agenda, or at least our sense of the draft agenda for those upcoming meetings, so that the council has an opportunity to provide feedback on that. So there are 4 that we anticipate happening between now and the April council meeting. There's a crab planting modeling workshop occurring in January. We anticipate that PNCAC would like to meet in advance of the Board of Fish March meeting in order to provide comments on the crab proposals. That's one of the duties of PNCAC, is to have a voice for Pacific Northwest participants to the Board of Fish. The Scallop Plan Team is planning to have a short virtual meeting in March. As you may recall, based on our recent amendment, we now set specifications for scallops on a 2-year basis. So this is not the meeting at which they would be looking at stock assessments and looking to make recommendations on ABC and OFL for scallop species. This is the interim meeting. At this point, unless there is some action item that comes out of that plan team meeting, we would not anticipate bringing that report back as an agenda item for you. We'll probably just include the plan team report under staff tasking, so you're aware that happens, but it's really just an update meeting. It's not an action-oriented meeting. This is the first time we're having this interim meeting, so just wanted to remind you of that context. And then looking at our April agenda, which I'll look at in more detail in just a moment, we do have the MRA analysis on the agenda for that meeting, and that is something that we would anticipate the Enforcement Committee would want to look at, assuming the MRA analysis is listed as tentative for April. So assuming that stays on schedule, we would plan to have the Enforcement Committee meet, and I believe that their interest would be to meet in the days before the council starts. So the first couple of days, like while the SSC is meeting, but that date isn't quite final yet. And again, in the same vein as the IFQ committee, we have an agenda item on there in addition to the MRA analysis to review their terms of reference, and I believe also the enforcement precepts. And then just as a FYI for yourselves and for the public, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is hosting a pollock workshop focusing on pollock biology and ecology in January. It is open to the public, so if that's something that's of interest to you, there's a link in the action memo that you can follow to find out more information about that. Sorry.
Ms. Evans, Mr. Toy has a question.
Maybe you were going to get at it on the next slide, so I'll hold.
Okay, so switching gears then to looking at our future meetings, obviously the February special meeting is the one that is upcoming. Currently, we have that scheduled as an issue-specific meeting. We are focusing exclusively on 2 agenda items, the chum salmon bycatch analysis and also Cook Inlet salmon harvest specifications, which are only scheduled at this point for the SSC and the council, and not for the advisory panel. We spoke about that in October due to the scheduling constraints. One of note, because this is an issue-specific meeting, we're not taking our normal suite of B reports, and we're not doing staff tasking in the normal way that we would. So just highlighting that this is going to be a little bit different. We're really trying to focus in on those specific issues. We have a preliminary draft posted to the e-agenda that provides information about how we had planned to have that meeting unfold. And one of the questions that came up in October was trying to coordinate with the Federal Subsistence Board meeting that's happening at the same time. And so we tried to build in an opportunity working with the Federal Subsistence Board to allow persons who are participating in the FSB meeting to provide testimony to the advisory panel on Thursday morning. The FSB is going to stand down their schedule during that time period so that if people are double booked, they still have an opportunity to testify to the advisory panel. I just want to note, and I think this is an important note about our preliminary draft that is posted. At this meeting, we've become a little aware that there might be more testifiers than we had planned for. We were basing our plans based on the level of engagement that occurred at the April meeting when we took up Chum Bycatch. And if there are more persons, we need to ensure that we have sufficient meeting space so in the venue and also meeting dates. So we're continuing to explore what options, if any, are available to us with the venue and with the meeting dates or extending the meeting dates to potentially make sure we have sufficient time scheduled to allow for the full time that you would need to take public testimony. We haven't managed to get all of those. We've been scrambling a little bit to try to find out, explore those other options, and we don't have everything in front of us yet, all the information in front of us yet to figure out how to do that. So if this is really just a highlight that hopefully by the time we get our newsletter out, or certainly within the next week or two after the meeting, we would make sure that if we are making any changes to what we have advertised as the length and venue for the February meeting, we will get that out to people as soon as possible. But we want to make sure that we are thoroughly looking at our options and understanding the trade-offs of any changes that we might make, given that we have advertised this planning for several meetings now. So hopefully stay tuned on details on that, and we'll get to those as soon as possible. And then just two other things to note with respect to the February meeting. Our intention is to post the analysis for the Chum Bycatch analysis by December 20th. I think at your request and understanding the public interest, we wanted to make sure that that document is out with a lot of lead time for the public to review. And so our staff have been working very, very hard to try to get that ready. And as I say, the December 20th is the scheduled date when that analysis will be available. And then, as I mentioned, there is information in the action memo just looking ahead to engagement opportunities based on the conversation you had in October about with the regional subsistence advisory councils that are meeting in February and March. So that information is in the action memo. Again, if you have further questions, I would defer those to Dr. Hapola.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My question is just on the trying to accommodate for a larger venue and extending meeting days. Right now, our meeting is scheduled for the February 3rd through the 9th. So just for planning purposes, are we still just trying to think about whether we're extending on the front end of that or the back end of that? Or is this still very much up in the air and we don't know that yet? Through the chair, we would still anticipate the SSE beginning on February 3rd. I think what we're looking at is for the council component and possibly extending the AP, which would be they're currently scheduled to meet through Friday, potentially scheduling through Saturday, if that space is available. We were constrained, if you recall, this was a kind of a special meeting. We had not signed a contract with the hotel, with any venue for the February meeting, so we had to scramble a little bit at the point that we decided to hold the special meeting, whenever that was. And we were able to find space here at the Egan Center in February, but the last day that the Egan Center is available to us is Monday. It's the Monday. I'm questioning whether that's the 9th or the 10th, but it's the Monday is the last day. So if we stay in this space, we could perhaps move the council to begin a day earlier. We are looking at to see if there's any option to move, maybe even separate the AP and council and move the council to somewhere where we could extend past the Monday to add an extra day on the back end of the meeting. I understand there's trade-offs with all of the options that we're looking at. We're just trying to make sure that we do our best to allow the opportunity for you to hear all public testifiers who want to come and testify to you on this important issue in a way that is that we have the space to be able to accommodate that and the time for you to be able to listen to that testimony. Thank you. And I mistakenly was looking at the 3-meeting outlook that said the meeting went from the 3rd to the 9th, but the new schedule you posted has it going from the 3rd through the 10th. So I appreciate that clarification already. Thanks. Yeah, that's appreciate that. We'll correct that for moving forward. That's an error on my part.
And Ms. Evans, before we move on, just one particular trade-off, and the council may want to provide some guidance on this after we get some public testimony of extending our meeting, but starting a day early and having the AP overlap with us for an additional day could potentially be that we don't receive the AP report before we begin public testimony. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's exactly one of the trade-offs that would come with with the timing that we have available to us.
Great. We know that often guides some of the questions during public testimony. So I just want to make council members aware of that in case we wanted to, anyone wanted to provide any thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to future meetings for April and June. We do have a preliminary draft also posted for the April meeting. So this would going back to our next normal council meeting where we will take B report, staff tasking, and a suite of issues. We were originally planning to hold that meeting at the Hilton Hotel in Anchorage. Because of the renovations that are happening in that venue, we have decided to move that meeting to the Egan Center, which does mean that we have some space constraints again. So we will be looking to end that meeting on Monday, April 7th. And so we'll adjust the agenda accordingly. But based on the time that we have available now and how we see that agenda proceeding, that's the preliminary draft that you can see posted. Looking to some final actions at that meeting and initial review, as I say, tentatively for MRA adjustments. I mentioned that with respect to the Enforcement Committee. Tentatively, a discussion paper on the Gulf Tanner crab protections. We talked already at this meeting about the programmatic evaluation coming back in April and some of the climate science track SSC discussion to work on that element of the potential adjustments to the climate harvest process, to the harvest specifications process, to bring in that climate adaptability considerations that you talked about under your D1 agenda item. And then looking ahead to June, we don't have a schedule posted for that yet. Obviously, it's a little bit more in flux looking forward, although there is a 3-meeting outlook that gives you some indication of the types of agenda items that we would look to. The one thing I wanted to note particularly about June is we will be meeting in Newport, Oregon, because of it's slightly more complicated to get to Newport than perhaps some of our other council meetings. So we're intending to get in the new year to get out travel instructions or logistics so that people can start thinking about that planning. And the one thing I did wanted to note is that the AP will likely begin on Monday concurrently with the SSC rather than staggering the AP and the SSC start times as we normally do. So just a heads up on some of the changes that we're likely to see in June, but we'll report more on that in the beginning part of the year. And then finally, just noting that there is a revised 3-meeting outlook posted that gives our best sense of the items that are on the council's agenda for the next 3 meetings. You can see that there are we have added a couple of items that you have talked about at this meeting, looking at the crab arbitration initial review and crab sea shares. And we've scheduled crab arbitration tentatively for June, and crab sea shares, depending. We are purposely trying not to schedule very many additional items for the October meeting, understanding you have to take up crab specifications and groundfish specifications, and you're currently scheduled to take up chum final action. So understanding those items alone will probably make up a large component of that agenda item, or excuse me, that meeting, the agenda of that meeting. So that's our current planning. And if there's any further questions, we can, I'm happy to address those, but that's all I had for the walking through the new information in the memo. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
And please stop me if this is not appropriate at this time, but can you speak a bit more to the prioritization between crab arbitration versus crab sea shares?
So, through the chair, some of the consideration comes into the fact that we are using a contractor to work on the crab arbitration item. I also understood from the last meeting when we brought the discussion papers forward, it was the council had expressed an interest in prioritizing crab arbitration over crab sea shares. So that is the reason why we scheduled them in this way. But obviously, as in all things, we look to the council to give us a sense of your prioritization as we look to where to arrange things on the agenda.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We talk about prioritization of relative items on our list as part of this agenda item. So thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Evans, sort of newly sensitized to the amount of time that action on the chum salmon bycatch could take. I'm looking at that October agenda and thinking about programmatic on there, which also could take a fair amount of time. And sort of starting with your base point, which is the specs plus chum salmon bycatch alone is probably a full meeting. And was trying to think then about if we need to move the programmatic, what does that do in terms of the NEPA clock? I mean, I think there's consequences there in terms of that NEPA clock for that EIS, right?
Through the chair, we are getting, through Chair Mr. Twite, we have had quite a lot of conversations with the agency about the update of the NEPA procedures, and we were intending to get a presentation at this meeting from National Marine Fisheries Service about revising NEPA procedures to be in accordance with the new CEQ guidelines. As I understand it, talking with the agency, while that it is very important to adhere to the intent of the regulations that require the council to envision an EIS to be completed within 2 years, that there is perhaps a little bit more flexibility than we had originally thought to justify when there are circumstances that do not allow that 2-year time clock to be completed in time, that the agency has perhaps a little bit more flexibility. So in terms of the programmatic and a notice of intent, I think we'll have maybe some more clarity by the time we get to this agenda item in April. I just look to the agency to see if they have anything further to add on that. I believe those conversations are still a little bit flexible.
Yeah, Madam Chair, my understanding on that is if an EIS extends beyond the allowable time, it simply requires the action agency to report to Congress on the reasons for that. So doesn't mean it can't happen, but the onus is on us to have a good explanation for why.
Yes, and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, that's helpful. I tempted to observe that I think we may have a good reason. I'm thinking about our action earlier this meeting to begin to develop the climate resilience work plan, and our request as well to be sort of kept regularly apprised of that, and also the CEFI work, a lot of which will be focused on the plan team after the plan team meetings really throughout the fall, so probably after the October meeting, but doesn't look like we even have a slot for any reporting back on that at the October meeting. Was there any thought to maybe a little check-in in June, or just entirely wait until December? What's your sense of what the best approach is on that?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think that is definitely something that we talked about, and you're right that is not reflected in this version of the 3-meeting outlook. But I think coming out of this meeting, we need to have a little bit more staff conversation about exactly what the right timing would be for that check-in. It might be that June is the appropriate time to bring back a discussion of kind of update on that work plan, any direction for the plan team as you suggest, and any new work that is being done, from ZEFI that is ripe to bring to the council process. So this version of the 3-meeting outlook, we try to give you our best sense of what's happening kind of mid-meeting. But with the newsletter, we tried to publish a new version, or kind of our best version of the 3-meeting outlook, encompassing all of the discussion at this meeting. And I think that that's something that we can try to make clear as we publish that for during the newsletter.
Is this on this topic?
Is a follow-up on
Yep.
that. Yeah, so thanks. And it's gonna be interesting to hear if we do get any stakeholder input on that at this meeting. And that'll probably then, I guess if I was tracking you correctly, that'll help us then think in terms of in April, if we're able to have terms of reference or scoping, or sort of set of objectives, at least for an ecosystem committee, then we could conceptually, one possibility that we can think about is then to have ecosystem committee meeting between those two, and then the kind of agenda item that you were describing on the June meeting would be one way of sort of slicing that particular problem.
Through the chair, I think we could, our scheduling could accommodate that if that was the council's direction, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And mine's on this just because I don't want to, I'm getting confused between what we already agreed to or provided direction on under the climate work plan agenda item, which I believe was to ensure that we got a regular posting of the work plan and our progress on it under the B reports so that we would see that in the meeting that you think is appropriate, but not necessarily put it on an agenda item for the council, given that there's no direct action associated with it. It's like our check-in tool. So am I losing the thread from what we described under that agenda item, or are we expecting to see that work plan and any progress that's been made maybe every other meeting in the B reports? I'm not quite following this conversation.
I think through the chair, Ms. Kimball, these are questions that we still need to resolve. I think we heard very clearly, as you say, from the council that you're interested in periodic reports back on progress, and that sometimes those reports could just be, this is our progress and this is how we're tracking, how we're making progress on the report. And then there, at times there might be, this is new information that is, this is the right time to bring that to the council. I think that we were just hoping to have a conversation, a staff conversation after this meeting to decide what the next year, let's say, of that work looks like and when is the right time to bring those information back. But I think that the intent that you're describing is one that we echo, we heard, and we would put that into place. Exactly how that looks on the agenda, I think we need to just talk a little bit more internally.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the overview. I noticed the Chinook Chum genetics report was moved to October. Was it my recollection that it was scheduled for an earlier meeting prior?
Through the chair, Mr. Sukata, those reports have habitually come to the council every April. That's generally been the schedule. At this meeting, because we were planning to have the special meeting on chum bycatch in February, it seemed that it would be advisable to schedule the chum genetics reports at the same time as we also have a chum agenda item. February is too soon. We cannot get the suite of genetics reports available for February, although I believe that the agency is working very hard to try to get the information that is relevant for your chum bycatch analysis to you so that it can be incorporated into that analysis. So they're trying to work fast on that work. But for the whole suite of reports that includes the Gulf of Alaska, as well as the Chinook and chum in the Bering Sea, those reports will be available, on the schedule that Alaska Fisheries Science puts those technical memorandums together. Just in terms of a council presentation, we were anticipating that you would probably benefit from those most at the time when you also have another chum, when you have the chum item coming back on your agenda, which is currently scheduled tentatively for October. That would be the first time you'd be able to see them.
So just to clarify, the reports will be published kind of at the normal scheduled time with just the review in October.
Through the chair, I'm going to confirm with Dr. Stram, who has been in direct contact with the writers. I believe there might be a slight delay from our April deadline because they're working so hard on chum right now. But Diana, if you want to provide any more clarification from your discussions.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Sakata. My understanding is that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center geneticists they're prioritizing the 2024 chum genetics to provide in February. If there is time available to them, they will also provide the Gulf of Alaska Chinook information at the same time, but the remainder of all of the genetics reports will be published as they can publish them, but provided to the council in October as a verbal report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up on that then. Normally, I look for those reports on the council website. And so if we're not going to get them until October, I would assume they wouldn't post to the council website until the October meeting. Is there another place that the public can look for those reports when they are available?
Through the chair, I think probably the easiest thing would be at the April or June meeting, as we have more clarity from Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff as to when those reports will be available. We can make sure that in the ED report that we highlight either where they are already published or if they are going to be published, we'll just make sure that you're aware of where that is.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on. Thanks. Oh. We're ready for our AP report. Reminder to any members of the public wishing to testify in staff tasking, please sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, council members, again, for the record, my name's Heather Mann. I am a co-chair on the advisory panel. We took action and have one motion to share with you under staff tasking. And that motion reads, the AP recommends the council initiate an analysis to amend the BSAI PCTC Vessel Cooperative Program. The council should consider the following for analysis. Problem statement. Since the development of the PCTC program through Amendments 120 and 122, there has been a decrease in the available number of both shoreside and at-sea processors. Such a decrease was not anticipated during the development of this cooperative-based program. A decrease in the overall availability of processors, the shoreside processor use cap, and the structure of the at-sea processing sideboard limit unnecessarily constrains trawl catcher vessel cod harvesters by limiting the amount of Pacific cod quota that can be processed to less than 100%. Processing limitations under the PCTC program result in a regulatory stranding of CQ and undermines the overall functionality and goals of the cooperative-based program. Alternatives. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, adjust the PCTC program shoreside processing use caps and at-sea processing sideboard limits to the following. Option 1, no shoreside company may process more than 30 to 50% of the Pacific cod CQ. Applies only in years where 3 or less active shoreside processing companies are available to process PCTC cod. Option 2, an eligible CP acting as a mothership may process up to 150% to 190% of its eligible CP's processing history. This applies only in years when only one eligible CP submits a processing agreement to NMFS by November 1st of that year, ensuring that the overall mothership sideboard limit is not exceeded. Options 1 and 2 are not mutually exclusive. And alternative 3, in years when an originally qualifying catcher processor does not operate as a mothership platform in the PCTC fishery, NMFS will assign the cod mothership endorsement to a catcher processor LLP that didn't qualify under option 1 of Amendment 20. Qualifying criteria will be predicated on if that CP has taken directed cod deliveries from catcher vessels in the Aleutian Islands non-CDQ Pacific cod trawl fishery between 2008 and 2017 in at least 3 years. In years when an originally qualifying CP does not operate in the fishery, processor quota share under the PCTC program will be calculated based on the new CP's processing history. And finally, a note that action alternatives 2 and 3 are also not mutually exclusive. And this was a substitute motion that passed unanimously. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Mann, for the report, excuse me. Any questions on the AP report? Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Twite.
I've just read through the AP minutes once or twice, so I may have missed something, but I'm struggling with how action alternatives 2 and 3 are compatible. I understand the AP said they're not mutually exclusive, but trying to understand how you could have both operating at the same time, and I'm probably just missing an obvious element there.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, alternative 2 is in reference to, so PCTC program always was set up to always have 2 platforms at sea to deliver fish to. There are 2 companies that were assigned those privileges. Alternative 2 is focused on those 2 companies, whereas alternative 3, and you'll hear more, probably better explanation from public comment. Alternative 3 is really around when one of those 2 did not participate or is not given notice to participate, that we would bring in a third to be one of the 2. But I see what you're saying in terms of processing history and sideboard. That would be something I think would come out more in the analysis.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Well, my question was very similar to Mr. Twite's. The way I would read it then is that if you choose alternative 3, you're not also able to choose the additional increase to the sideboards for the eligible CPs under alternative 2, option 2. Am I reading that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that is one way to interpret it. And again, I feel like maybe we'll hear more from the people participating in that sector during the public comment, but also through the analysis if things are not compatible with each other. We didn't, as a panel, we didn't get into any details on that or detailed discussion.
And thank you, Ms. Mann. And then just a note, when you read the motion under alternative 2, option 1, you said no shoreside company may process more than blah, blah, blah. But the motion doesn't read that. So maybe that was just a typo. At least the motion we have posted doesn't say that. My question really is on the specificity of alternative 3. Did the AP receive testimony or have discussion about how many potential new catcher processors operating at motherships that type of criteria might qualify?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, on the first question, yes, that statement includes shoreside processing later in the sentence, and I inadvertently inserted shoreside earlier. So you're correct there. And then to the second question, we did receive public comment, detailed public comment on this, both orally and in writing as well.
Not seeing any further questions. Appreciate the report and your leadership this week.
Thank you.
So we will move on to public testimony on staff tasking. We have 19 people signed up, so we will have to abide by some firm time limits during staff tasking, as we cannot extend our meeting beyond today. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes to testify, organizations and associations 6 minutes. So I think we have one member of the public with a time constraint here. So we will take Matoyak first, and then we will move on to Steve Ramp. Thank you.
Good morning through the chair. Thank you for taking me up first. I would have brought my little niece up here with me, which you may have met during COVID, but she's actually just fell asleep on the chairs. So Wangamaktoyak, I am here to speak as an Indigenous person whose life and culture are deeply tied to the salmon. Salmon is not just food or a resource for us. They're part of our cultural identity, our history, and our future. I'm very concerned about the decision to exclude the advisory panel from discussing any salmon agenda item. Some of the key concerns that I have are lack of inclusion. The AP is one of the few places where community members, including Indigenous people, can share their perspectives. By excluding this issue from the AP, important voices are being left out. Loss of cultural perspective. The SSC focuses primarily on Western data, but salmon means so much more to us. Our knowledge and cultural values can only be shared through platforms like the advisory panel. Equity and fairness. Indigenous people have often been left out of the decisions that affect us the most. This decision feels like another example of ignoring our voices and our rights. And also, there's been other agenda items where the advisory panel as a whole has not been included in regards to equity and fairness. Trust and transparency, leaving out the AP makes the process feel less open and fair. It risks breaking trust with the people who depend on salmon for their lives and traditions. Some recommendations, realizing that staff have time constraints and logistical constraints, but in the future, to continue to keep any salmon agenda item on the advisory panel for discussion and recommendations. Continue to work to create specific opportunities to hear from Indigenous peoples throughout these processes. And of course, to be more inclusive of all of our sectors, especially the tribal subsistence sectors. In closing, salmon, as well as any other species, are a shared resource, and decisions about them should include all of us, especially those who have depended on them for thousands of years. Please consider this decision and other recommendations to make sure that our voices are heard. And Quiana to the other testifiers who are way scheduled before I am. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might have missed it. Thank you for your testimony, by the way. I might have missed it, but were you speaking in reference to the Cook Inlet salmon agenda item that's scheduled for February?
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, yes, that is the reference that I'm addressing in my testimony. Realizing that any salmon issue, regardless of the location throughout the state of Alaska, is a continued concern for our Indigenous peoples, especially when it comes to the data and making sense out of it, as well as inclusion and equity in this process, where some members of the public may not have followed the SSC, knowing that, to go to, like, for example, to start last Monday and then go into the AP and then now into the council, where it is a salmon agenda item. And though it's heavily focused on the Cook Inlet salmon or Cook Inlet area, that again, like the Bering Sea chum salmon issues, that it can be viewed as another highly contentious agenda item, especially the outreach and inclusion to the Cook Inlet Indigenous peoples for this region.
Thank you for your testimony.
Safe travels and happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you as well. So next we'll go to Steve Ramp, followed by Alexis Kwachka.
Hi, you got me?
Yes, we do.
So if I could get 6 minutes, I'm representing the Sitka Advisory Committee.
Okay.
Thank you. And my comments are attached to the system for future review. My name is Steve Ramp. I hold the resident sportfish seat on the Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee. And this will be the 4th time I've testified before this council concerning the same subject. The issue at hand is the user group that's taking advantage of the more generous daily halibut bag limit of 2 fish of any size per day versus the more restrictive guided angler bag limit of 1 fish per day that falls within a strict reverse slot limit. Our AC has been working for over 4 years now to convince fisheries managers at both the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, the Alaska Board of Fisheries, and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to take some action regarding this large and rapidly expanding user group of halibut harvesters, the unguided rental boat, bareboat, sport fishing vessels within Halibut Management Area 2C. A synopsis of our efforts include: 1, 4 years ago, we submitted 2 proposals to the Board of Fish at their last Southeast cycle of meetings, and no action was taken. 2, members of our AC have submitted written and comments and testified at both of the council's 2023 meetings and the October and December 2023 meetings of your Charter Halibut Committee and the June 2024 council meeting. Again, no action has been taken or promised on this issue. And 3, this past spring, our AC submitted a new proposal to the board to rein in this growing user group. Over the last several years, we have repeatedly asked both the department and the council to break out harvest data for the user group in question, but have been told by both that neither group has been able to come up with an acceptable definition of rental vessel in order to provide the requested data. We were also told that there are basically insurmountable challenges in breaking out the harvest data for this particular user group or anglers. Regarding our recent proposal, the board support section declined to accept it for consideration by the Board of Fisheries due to concerns about the board not having the authority to act on the requested actions. We did, however, meet with the ADF&G commissioner at his request to discuss the proposal. He shared his concerns about unguided rental boat definitions and who would be responsible for log keeping on these vessels. He also shared his concern to do what he can to help solve the problems with this user group. We believe that our below requested actions for you and the state will answer these concerns and or provide a good starting point for decision-making processes. Ours is not the only group that feels action is needed. Over the last several years, literally dozens of people and groups have testified before your council about this issue, and public record shows that the NPFMC itself started looking into this issue with white papers back in October of 18. You have so far decided to take no action in this matter, but with the continued depletion of our local halibut stocks and the long time frames it takes for the council to take action in such matters, it is high time to get the process started. So the Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee specifically requests that the NPFMC work in partnership with the Alaska Board of Fisheries and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to take the following actions. 1, for both the council and the department, accept the following definitions in their management of halibut sport fishing activities in Alaska. A rented sport fishing vessel, defined as any state registered or U.S. documented power-driven vessel which is lease rented or chartered to another by the owner for consideration for the purpose of sport fishing in the marine waters of Alaska. Rented sport fishing vessels will include both livery vessels and bareboat charters. B, livery means a person who advertises and offers a livery vessel for use by another in exchange for any type of consideration when such person does not also provide the lessee or renter with a captain, a crew, or any type of staff or personnel to operate, oversee, maintain, or manage the vessel. B, a bareboat charter means any arrangement for the chartering or hiring of a ship or boat for which no crew or provisions are included as part of the agreement. 2, for the department to accomplish the following: require the person or company owning rented sport fishing vessels to register these vessels as such with the department and to display a department-provided rented sport fishing vessel decal, similar to but visibly different from the current charter vessel decal. B, amend both their dockside creel census and off-season mail-out survey processes to provide a rented sport fishing vessel category so that the harvest data for this user group can be broken out and shared with the council. 3, the council to accomplish the following. A, start using the above definitions in your management of sport caught halibut in Alaska. B, start treating unguided anglers fishing from a defined rented sport fishing vessel as a separate user group when making management decisions for sport halibut harvest. C, start requiring unguided anglers fishing from a rented sport fishing vessel to log their halibut harvests. The person to be held responsible for submitting the catch logs shall be the person who signed the rental, livery, or bareboat charter agreement. And D, require anglers sport fishing for halibut from a rented sport fishing vessel to follow the same daily bag, possession, size limits, and day of the week closures as those prescribed for guided anglers. That constitutes my comments. I'd welcome any guidance from the council on how we should proceed, and I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ramp. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask, so Mr. Ramp, I represent the Alaska Department of Fish and Game on the commissioner's behalf here at the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. And so it's my understanding that you have been in contact as a representative of the Sitka AC with our staff in terms of our progress on this issue. And so my question for you is, I believe your ask from the council was for guidance about how to proceed. And so did I get that? You're also asking us to adopt some definitions. So what is your ask of the council today? And can you also confirm my understanding of your communication with Alaska Department of Fish and Game staff on this topic?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you very much. Yes, we are asking for specific asks from the council. One is to accept these offered definitions in your management of sport fishing for halibut in Southeast or in Alaska. Start treating unguided anglers as a separate user group when making management decisions for halibut harvest. Require log keeping from rented sport fishing vessels, and to require the anglers from those vessels to abide by the same rules as guided anglers. Regarding discussions with your office, yes, after we submitted the most recent proposal, which read a lot like this, minus the definitions and the clarification of log keeping, the commissioner contacted our AC and asked to meet with us, which we did. And he shared with us his concerns about the lack of the definition of rented sport fishing vessels, just like the council has shared with us for the last several years that I've testified, and also a concern about who they would hold responsible for the new log keeping requirement if it was passed. After that, we went back and amended our proposal, submitted it back to the commissioner's staff for comment. And while that was going on, we found that the Board of Fisheries support section determined that our proposal did not meet their requirements for inclusion in this cycle's proposals due to their concern that the Board of Fisheries didn't have the authority to enact the regulations we were asking for, and also that some of them did not constitute a request for a regulation change. So last we got from the commissioner last week was his staff said that they're still looking at the cost of enacting some of these. They're recommending that we submit a new proposal for the statewide Board of Fish cycle, which the proposal opening will be, I think, in January, asking for those definitions of rented sport fishing vessels, unguided, to be taken up as a statewide definition versus a region, Southeast region, or in the council's mind, Area 2C. So we plan to do that, And we're also covering our bases with this request for the council. It's, as everybody knows, it's talked about this issue. It's a hard nut to crack when you are using a federally managed fish, managing that by the council, and you're using data provided by the department, the State Department. So they have a dog in the fight, so to speak, but the bulk of the management rules rest with the federal council. Trying to get both sides to talk and come up with a solution has been very difficult from our point of view. So we're laying this out there, hoping that the council will start taking some action, maybe make a motion. I'm not sure about the processes, but we feel like we're beating the head against the proverbial wall on this, going back and forth between the feds and the state. Did that answer your question, Ms. Baker? I know it was long-winded.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Ramp. Yes, it did.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And thanks everybody for what you do.
Thank you. Our next testifier is Alexis Kwachka, followed by Donald Stiles.
Madam Chair, do you hear me?
Yes, we do. Good morning.
If you don't mind, I'll yield 3 minutes. I see there's another GGFA member who would like to testify behind me, so I'll just do personal testimony if that's okay.
Okay, yep, we'll modify the time here. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair member and members of the council, thank you for your time. I'm asking that you initiate a discussion paper on ABM, initiating ABM in the Gulf of Alaska. I think that, you know, if it's good for the Bering Sea, it should be good for the Gulf. You know, by the numbers I look at, we're roughly at 50% of the spawning biomass we were when we implemented the IFQ system. And as you just heard from the previous testifier, everybody is relying on halibut in one way, shape, form, or another. There's a continual push by industry to rationalize the Gulf, and I really think it's imperative that you guys have an understanding of what those interactions are. You know, anecdotally, you hear 60-ton tow this fall on halibut. You know, we can talk about under 32 and over 32 and this and that, but those removals and interaction have to be captured, and I hope that one was. That's what the word on the street was, whether it was 60,000 pounds or 60 tons. It was an interaction that had negative and, you know, outcomes for the resource. I listened a little bit in the AP, and I feel like the AP is getting a little bit, you know, outside of where they need to be. The advisory panel should take in all reference material that comes to them, whether it's from the outside or the inside. Their job is to get that on the table to be vetted before you guys. So I would hate for, you know, the word is tough, but there to be any censorship prior to, you know, discussion. You know, it doesn't matter where the information comes from, so long as the information gets on the table and can be vetted appropriately at the table. And then by the time it gets to you, can be, you know, validated that it's real information, because it's imperative that they get every bit of information they can to for you guys to make informed decisions for the future. I'm sure I have some other things to say, but for brevity, I'll quit there. Initiate a discussion paper for ABM where it's appropriate into your schedule. It looks busy, and rationalizations seem to be compounding the issues that are getting us further and further away from just straightforward fish management, which is what your mandate really is. And I wasn't being flippant earlier. Merry Christmas, and I really do appreciate the time. I know what's entailed, so thank you very much for your time, Madam Chairman.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Kwachka? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. I wasn't tracking you when you were talking about information getting to the council through the AP. Were you talking about ABM for the Gulf specifically? Is that what you were referring to?
No, I kind of straight up, Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I kind of straight off, you know, there's been the external conversation going on about, you know, what information is relevant, and that is an AP issue. And I think all information is relevant at the AP. I think that, AP members' job is to, go out, find information that is relevant, whether one group or another doesn't like or not is irrelevant. The relevancy is to get the information to the table so you guys can better make informed decisions, whether it's coming from Europe or, Indonesia or wherever. Information's information. It's really important. Some people are learning things that we're not up to par on yet. And I think it's important that all that gets folded in at the AP.
Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. So our next testifier is Donald Stiles, followed by Benjamin Paena.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. I'm Donald Stiles from Nome. I grew up in Unalakleet and have fished for over 40 years in the Northern Sound. Thank you for taking my comments today. I'm here to ask for a limited participation program in the Northern Sound red king crab fishery. In the time that I've participated in the fishery, I have seen a number of operations fail. The only conclusion is due to the lack of resource for the number of participants. I am asking for an elimination of latent LLPs and a set aside of quota for the under 32-foot exempt vessels. After discussing various options with local fishermen, we are still in support of a quota system program. Moving forward, we'd like to be able to budget for an upcoming season and still have the ability to live outside of the season. I weighed the pros and cons of a limited fishery in comparison to an open access fishery, and the pros outweigh the cons in market, quality, sustainability, and safety. Northern Sound red king crab is a small boat fishery. With our plan, it will continue to be a small boat fishery and an economic benefit to the Northern Sound region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stiles, for your testimony. And can you explain why the set aside for the less than 32-foot boats is an important part of the program that you're proposing?
The set aside would allow for new entrants. It would also allow the people that are currently participating in that sector to continue to participate in the fishery. There's some new guys that bought vessels in 23, and they would continue to be able to participate. It's a hybrid approach, and it gives local guys the option to subsidize their income. A lot of the guys that are in these under 32-foot vessels have jobs, full-time jobs, but they participate in the fishery to earn extra income. So I think it's a fair approach, and still it doesn't boot them out of the fishery. I'd like to see the historic level of their harvest in comparison to ours and give them that level moving forward.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Stiles. And just as a reminder, the 32-foot designation is relevant here because please correct me if I'm wrong, but vessels under that size do not need an LLP license in the Norton Sound Red King crab fishery, but vessels over that length do need an LLP license. Is that the difference there between those
Yes.
two types of vessels?
Yes. Vessels under 32 don't require an LLP. The people that do have them, a lot of them have 32 footers, but they were required to purchase an LLP to buy a vessel or get a loan up to $100,000 from the CDQ program. So they purchased an LLP. A lot of them feel like it's really not worth any value. So, but they do own the LLPs.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just ever so briefly in it, Mr. Stiles, thank you for your testimony, but trying to give me a visual here in terms of what kind of effort we're talking about relative to the fleet that's fishing Norton Sound red crab. So my specific question here is how many vessels are we talking about that are operating with an LLP, and how many vessels that are participating in the fishery, and how many vessels would you estimate that are participating that are operating in the under 32 foot without LLPs?
That's a good question, and I don't have the exact numbers, but I think a majority of the operators have LLPs. There's a small faction of guys out of Unalakleet, Golovin, and Nome that do not have LLPs, and I don't know that exact number, but I think they're in White Mountain is actually there. I think there's a couple of boats there that may have or are participating that do not have LLPs. So I'm gonna guess 8 to 10. And that's just an estimate.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Benjamin Paena, followed by Linda Benkin. Benjamin's not online. Okay, we will circle back to him. So next up is Linda Benkin, followed by Teresa Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I want to start by supporting the request for Steve Ramp. I have heard the frustration of the Sitka Advisory Committee and their ask that the differing management agencies work together to address and clarify a path ahead to a solution. Second, per the letter we submitted on this agenda item, we ask that the council task staff with preparing a discussion paper as the first step in developing Gulf of Alaska groundfish FMP amendment that would establish abundance-based halibut bycatch limits for Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries. To speak to that, when the council reduced bycatch caps in 2015, they committed to additional reductions as part of implementing abundance-based PSC caps in the Gulf of the Bering Sea. In 2017, the council decided to prioritize ABM of PSC caps in the Bering Sea and later zeroed in on the Bering Sea Amendment 80 fleet, prioritizing the area with the biggest bycatch impact on both the halibut stock and halibut communities. However, at that time, the council made clear their intent to subsequently develop ABM bycatch limits for the Gulf, and from our perspective, now is the time to return to that work. Right, ABM of PSC, as we said in our letter in developing Amendment 123, the council recognized that fixed bycatch limits were inconsistent with management of other fisheries in Alaska that link harvest to the well-being of the stock. The council also recognized that ABM provides a more equitable approach so that when halibut abundance is low, the portion of halibut taken as bycatch does not further reduce the proportion and amount of halibut available for halibut harvesters. Finally, the council considered abundance-based bycatch limits as an important protection for the spawning stock biomass, particularly at low levels of abundance. Other conservation benefits identified by NIMS included increased survival of smaller halibut, which in the long term benefits both the stock and the directed fisheries. In other words, ABM is an action that's consistent with MSA national standards and council policy. ABM of halibut bycatch becomes somewhat urgent given the current status of the halibut stocks. As you've heard, halibut productivity and stocks are at or near historic low levels. The IPHC has been steadily reducing directed catch, and we're all prepared to support more significant cuts in 2025. Why we're focused on trawl. Historically, trawl has been the largest component of bycatch. Between 2019 and 2023, the estimated halibut bycatch in the Gulf trawl fisheries varied considerably, but cumulatively exceeded 6.3 million pounds, with a peak of 2.4 million pounds in 2019. More recently, trawl bycatch has been lower, which may be a result of more effective bycatch avoidance by the trawl fleet or reduced halibut abundance. I realize release mortality or wastage in the directed halibut fishery also appears high right now. We acknowledge that. Also understand we have a monitoring issue that's being resolved and that the projections have now been updated, bringing the 2024 number down to be more similar to the past 2 years. While that is still somewhat high, we'll address this issue also at the annual IPHC meeting. That said, we're certainly open to considering all sectors and addressing ABM in the Gulf. In closing, Alpha maintains that moving forward with this action will better align bycatch management with directed fishery management and be consistent with council management overall. We'll also provide benefits to the struggling halibut resource and all who depend on that resource for food, sport, or livelihood. We realize the council has a lot on its plate and may not be able to assign staff time to this issue yet, but we wanted to start this conversation and see what ideas can come forward to implement Gulf ABM in the most timely, effective, and least burdensome way possible. In closing, I just wanted to note that although I was not that involved with the State of Alaska Bycatch Advisory Committee, initiating this work was one of their priority recommendations as they wrapped up their work. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Teresa Peterson, followed by Josh Wisniewski.
Morning, council members. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. We also wanted to take this opportunity to testify at staff tasking and amplify the need to consider abundance-based halibut bycatch management in the Gulf of Alaska. We encourage the council to take the first step and request a discussion paper that would examine the framework and indices used for Amendment 123 and consider what sources of data are needed and management differences that should be considered to inform an FMP amendment for the Gulf. The halibut stock is in a state of historical low productivity, and recruitment has been poor for nearly 20 years. The situation seems to be ongoing, and it's really unknown at this point if it will change. As with elsewhere in the North Pacific, there is high uncertainty about ecosystem conditions for halibut, as conditions are unpredictable with new patterns emerging every year. Earlier this year, the council considered the range of measures to keep the charter halibut fleet within the harvest amounts provided under the catch sharing plan. The restrictions are tied to the status of the stocks and serve as a measure to protect the stocks during times of low abundance. The directed halibut fishermen anticipate additional reductions based on the status of the stocks, and these measures are again designed to protect the overall health of the halibut resource. The intent of the PSC limits is to prevent excessive halibut mortality due to bycatch, allowing for healthier halibut populations while enabling fisheries targeting other species to continue operating under managed constraints. It's important to consider proactive conservation measures that address bycatch under today's stock status rather than the static cap measures we are working with under the Gulf. PSC limits were put in place in 1998 when halibut populations were in much better conditions. We need more dynamic management systems, those in line with management of other fisheries in Alaska that link harvest to the well-being of the stock. These are core principles of sustainable fisheries management, and halibut bycatch must be managed using these same principles and best available science. Conservation benefits of ABM include increased survival of smaller halibuts and measures to protect the fish under varying levels of abundance. Obligations to improve bycatch management are ongoing, and it's important for the council to consider forward-looking conservation measures that intuitively make sense and serve as a critical tool to provide halibut stocks from the impacts of groundfish fisheries. These types of measures are consistent with Gulf FMP goals, which include providing for resource conservation for socially and economically viable fisheries for the well-being of fishing communities. Fixed bycatch limits for species, regardless of the abundance levels of the halibut, are inconsistent with these concepts. As we know, the trawl fisheries historically and currently account for the most halibut bycatch mortality in the Gulf. It's been 10 years since Amendment 95, which established the current Gulf halibut bycatch limit we have today. At the time, the cuts were quite modest considering the trajectory of the halibut stocks, and many viewed the slight adjustment as really just a first step. We realize the trawl fleet is well below that upper limit this year, but with the fixed amount halibut PSC, the door is wide open to significantly increase halibut bycatch at a time when the stocks are struggling. I think all of us around the table know that discussions involving bycatch reductions in the council process take a long time. It's just how the process works. The time to initiate the discussion is now, so we can start to work to protect the future of these iconic stocks. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Peterson, for your testimony. And I just want to make sure I understand your suggestion. I believe your recommendation for starting that discussion is taking the framework of halibut ABM in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Do I have that correct?
Yes, to the chair. Yeah, Ms. Baker, to me, it seems like in a discussion paper that not only looks at the framework for abundance-based management in the Bering Sea 123, now that we have that in place, can really help inform the Gulf. But as I mentioned in my starting of my testimony, it's clear there's significant different management measures that need to be considered too. And so I would think we kind of start looking at the framework, but then also provide information in regards to different management structures in the Gulf, and then also the different observer coverage that we have in the Gulf.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Peterson, for your testimony today. I'm wondering, just following up on Ms. Baker's question there, would you think it would be beneficial to also include perhaps differences in resolution of data that we might have and information between the Gulf and the Bering Sea in a potential discussion paper in the future?
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, yes, absolutely. And also we have surveys every other year as well in the Gulf. So there are significant differences that would need to be considered to just help inform what this would look like in the Gulf.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. So our next testifier is Josh Wisniewski, and after Josh, we will take our lunch break. I think he's joining us remotely.
I am. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Josh Wisniewski with the Under 26 Fishermen Association. I live in Saldovia. I'm a small boat commercial fisherman as well as a subsistence fisherman. fish my home waters here in Kachemak Bay and Lower Cook Inlet. Set net salmon here. I fish pea cod, both jig and pot fish, and I fish halibut. I also participate in our federal subsistence halibut fishery and share fish with other families here that aren't in a position to be able to fish for themselves. I also have a doctorate in anthropology. I completed all of my education, training, and fieldwork here in Alaska, put myself through school fishing. My focus included the anthropology of knowledge, local knowledge, fishing rights, the history of fisheries management, and North Pacific fisheries. Testifying today in support of ABM of halibut in the Gulf of Alaska. Our directed fishery, as you all know, is managed based on estimates of abundance, which we know is at a historic low point. I know guys in 3A that were still fishing right up to the closure last week to try and catch their whole quota. And unfortunately, I'm one of those boats that ran out of time and didn't catch my full quota for the first time. As a small boat that can only fish a limited amount of gear, just throwing out more gear and grinding away doesn't work for me. I've lost quota over lower abundance, and I will continue to support conservation actions in our 2025 season, even though it will result in me losing additional quota. The council is well aware that managing halibut bycatch based on abundance is consistent with the council policy, and that halibut abundance-based management in the Bering Sea was affirmed in federal court. Now, the archaeological record in the Gulf of Alaska shows that halibut had been used for over 7,000 years without interruption. And our post-contact commercial fishery, which dates back to the establishment of the Intercontinental Railroad in the 1870s, is over 150 years old. Post-MSA groundfish fisheries are the newcomers to the North Pacific, and bycatch in that fishery should unquestionably be based on abundance, just like the directed fishery. Equitability in terms of sharing the burden of conversation through abundance-based management of halibut bycatch is moral, it's ethical, and it's ecologically, it's the correct choice to support the historic directed fisheries and fishing communities that have depended upon and safeguarded this resource for generations. We know too much to justify inaction. I strongly urge the council to recommend staff to direct and develop a discussion paper on the implementation of ABM of trawl halibut bycatch caps in the Gulf of Alaska. As an industry, we are collectively responsible to conserve our stocks for current and future generations. When I've come before this council, I feel like multiple times I've drawn upon the history of fisheries management, and I've made the comment and stated that history repeats. The history of fisheries management always repeats. When fisheries management bodies, such as the council, and others ignore small boat fishermen's knowledge and observation, what we might also call local and traditional knowledge, and rationalize simply just using mathematical abstractions, that preclude the ability to make equitable, common sense moral decisions, that's what results in fisheries collapse. This isn't simply an opinion. This is a statement of fact based on numerous historic examples and multiple peer-reviewed case studies. There are unquestionably a multiplicity of factors contributing to our low halibut stocks, and the council cannot justify hiding behind unknowns of climate change as an excuse for inaction, because in fishing, we always face and exist in a space of unknowns and fluctuations. And despite managerial hubris, there will always be more that we don't know than we do. What we do know is we can adapt and change our behaviors and fisheries for the purpose of conservation through pragmatic and common sense decisions and listening to the people who are on the grounds. It's time for us to pursue and implement halibut ABM in the Gulf of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us. So we will take our lunch break. We'll do a slightly longer lunch break today. We don't have a catered lunch for council members, so come back at 1:20, and we will begin public testimony with Benjamin Paena at that time. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will continue our discussion with public testimony on staff tasking. We had one member of the public who still doesn't appear to be online, Benjamin Paena. So Benjamin, if you would like to testify, please log in. We will move on to Todd Hoppy, followed by Megan Williams.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Todd Hoppy from Homer, Alaska. I own and operate a 58-foot pot boat, do Pacific cod and black cod. I support initiating a discussion paper for abundance-based management in the Gulf of Alaska. I feel this is a critical management tool across all sustainable fisheries and should be continually be implemented, these tools. You know, I mentioned yesterday, I used to be a halibut fisherman. I started fishing halibut pre-IFQs, and I believe the last time I touched a halibut hook was about 5 years ago. I turned my back on the fishery, sold my quota, the gear's rotting under my bait shed at my warehouse. You know, the abundance, the stocks are critically low. I can't emphasize that enough. You know, and this might be the tool that changes my outlook on the stocks, but something needs to be done. You know, I feel this is beyond the IPHC's ability. You know, I just from what we once had and where the stocks are now is an embarrassment. And I please initiate this discussion paper. I'm keeping it short and sweet today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thanks for your testimony.
You bet. Have a happy holidays.
You too. So next up is Megan Williams, followed by Susie Zagorski.
Hi, this is Megan Williams. Am I coming through?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Megan Williams. I am a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy. I also will be brief today and would like to support previous testimony that's calling for a discussion paper and associated analyses looking at abundance-based management for Pacific halibut in the Gulf of Alaska. ABM is an important management tool or lever that we have to reduce and mitigate bycatch impacts for vulnerable species or species of concern, especially when they are at low stock status. And this tool can and should be extended to the Gulf of Alaska. So we're hearing local knowledge and as well as conventional stock assessment data indicating concern about the stock status for Gulf of Alaska halibut. And I think we need to be responsive to that information early. So especially in light of the significant time that it takes for any action items to make their way through the council process. And to close, you know, putting this issue in the context of climate and the really positive conversations that we have had this fall and specifically at the December meeting, I think that initiating measures like ABM in the Gulf of Alaska that can promote sustainability for culturally or economically important species like Pacific halibut, not to mention their significance to the ecosystem. But I think initiating measures like that is really right in line with a broader climate resilience portfolio, as well as advancing our ecosystem-based fishery management approach. And, you know, I've said this before with regards to other species, but bycatch mitigation is one of the key tools that the council has to reduce bycatch impacts. And it is one of the key tools that we have that can mitigate, you know, any deleterious anthropogenic impacts for a stock that may be at a depressed stock status. And that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. And following up on your comments in support of Gulf halibut ABM, one of the primary determinations in our effort with Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands halibut abundance-based management was that of the broad suite of options the council was considering, a pretty extensive analysis determined that none of those alternatives impacted halibut spawning stock biomass one way or the other. And so are there differences in your view, the impacts of halibut bycatch in the Gulf or in the tools that we've developed since we started looking at it in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands to measure impacts to the halibut stock that have changed that we should consider if we go forward in the Gulf?
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, I mean, I would push back a little bit on that. So abundance-based management was implemented eventually because it was one of the few tools that could impact the long-term sustainability of Pacific halibut. It's one of the few actions that we could do to sort of mitigate and curb negative fishery effects for non-target species like that. So at that time, it was decided to be one of the few options available to managers to do something about the issue and to regulate in accordance with the way that we try to manage fisheries holistically. I think that's really an important question, though, to think about. How is the Gulf of Alaska different than the Bering Sea? And I think that's a kind of some of those really important details, data resolution, as was noted earlier, the structure of the fishery in the Gulf versus the Bering Sea. Those are the kind of things that we could look at in a discussion paper. And so I think that's why it's really needed at this time or in the near future to see what we can and can't do in a different area. And then, I'd also say there are instances where we aren't necessarily able to model our way to a concrete answer, right? But we know intuitively or based on sort of our best management sensibilities that this could have a positive impact at some level for a stock like Pacific halibut. And so I think there's that point where science can take us as far as it can take us with the best available science, but then we can also make precautionary decisions to conserve a stock that may be struggling and to protect the fisheries that are reliant and the peoples that are reliant on that stock. So, but again, I think that discussion paper would be the right place to look at that. But I do appreciate that question, and it's a tough one for any stock.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Happy holidays.
You too. So go to Susie Zagorski, followed by Lauren Hines.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, I'm Susie Zagorski. I'm the Inter-Co-op Manager of the PCTC program and staff at United Catcher Boats. I'm testifying to you today under staff tasking regarding the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative PCTC program and the advisory panel's recommendation. As you know, the PCTC program was developed through the council's process and final action was taken in October of 2021. The program was then implemented for the first time this year in January 2024. Between the council's final action and implementation, the landscape of the Bering Sea's active processors has shifted and continues to evolve. This evolving situation has led to unintended consequences and results in stranded peacock if not addressed with a strategic solution. As I'm sure you are aware, there have been discussions surrounding these concerns, both leading up to and during this council meeting. But taking the time to fully understand the complexities and explore potential solutions with those involved will ensure we approach this matter with the care and thoughtfulness it deserves for you to consider. I propose postponing discussion and the council's consideration of solutions until the April council meeting. This will allow us the opportunity to engage with all relevant industry stakeholders and NIMS staff to ensure a comprehensive and equitable approach that reflects the diverse perspectives and needs within our industry and the PCTC program. As the PCTC program inter-co-op manager, my goal is to facilitate understanding and collaboration, and I believe that additional time to work together will help us achieve these objectives more effectively. It is the goal to provide a comprehensive and well-informed ask to the council for a surgical approach to fix the structural issues regarding processing caps and limits that have come to the forefront of the program since implementation. While I was the original motion maker in the AP on this topic, it's become clear to me over the last few days that the PCTC program participants and industry stakeholders need additional time to fully flesh out a narrow structural fix. Coming back to you in April with a suggested solution that all PCTC participants can be involved in and hopefully be united around, in my opinion, would be a better use of the council's and agency's time and resources. I look forward to returning in April with thorough program and industry insights and recommendations that will enhance your discussions and provide guidance for more thoughtful and informed decision-making if you deem this course of action to be appropriate. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Zagorski. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So next up is Lauren Hines, followed by Ron Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. My name is Lauren Hines, and I am testifying today on behalf of Oceana. We support the recommendation made by the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association and others who have previously testified to initiate a council process to develop and implement abundance-based halibut bycatch limits for the Gulf of Alaska trawl fishery. As you know, Pacific halibut are truly a cornerstone species for Alaska coastal communities. They have significant economic and cultural importance, and they also play an integral role in ecosystems within the North Pacific. But right now, the situation for halibut in the Gulf of Alaska is alarming. Their spawning biomass is hovering near historic lows. Recruitment has been weak for nearly 2 decades, and the stock is stuck in a prolonged period of low productivity. Considering this, the current system of a fixed prohibited species catch limit for halibut in the Gulf of Alaska isn't cutting it anymore and doesn't align with the conservation needs of this species or the principles of sustainable management. Of all groups managed under this fishery management plan, the Gulf of Alaska trawl fleet currently accounts for the majority of halibut bycatch mortality. Meanwhile, even as halibut abundance has declined, bycatch limits for the trawl fleet haven't changed in nearly a decade. The directed halibut fishery, on the other hand, has had to endure major quota cuts. The council recently showed its confidence in ABM for halibut by adopting Amendment 123 in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And this is a really big step forward for halibut conservation, improving bycatch management, and better aligning management practices with the Magnuson-Stevens Act requirement to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. This approach was seen as crucial, not only for protecting halibut stocks and improving bycatch management, but also for creating more opportunities for commercial, subsistence, and recreational fishermen. Recognizing the importance of halibut to Alaska communities and also the declines in halibut abundance, we urge the council to direct staff to develop a discussion paper and initiate the process of amending the Gulf of Alaska groundfish FMP to incorporate ABM for halibut in the trawl fishery. Movement in this direction would help protect the resource, support the economic and cultural well-being of halibut-dependent communities, and ensure bycatch management is in line with the goals of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. We recognize that these efforts may come with different challenges than what was seen with the implementation of Amendment 123, but we're confident that producing a discussion paper will be the first step to help sort out what data and resources are required to initiate an amendment to the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish FMP as well. And with that, I am open to questions. And thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I could have asked this of many other testifiers, but just given our reports from this meeting, the fixed gear sector actually had higher discard mortality than the trawl fleet in the Gulf. The trawl fleet's removals seem to be in line with 4 to 6 or 7% of the 3A, 3B limits, and they're taking less than 70% of their current bycatch limit. So my question is, how do we put the urgent focus here without either looking at other removals, or I just don't quite understand the urgent focus here as if it might solve all the problems.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, and through the chair. That is a great question, and I know that was brought up in the AP meeting, and I think right now how I understand is when we're looking at the big picture, a majority of the bycatch is coming from the trawl fleet, and I think that what has been said in previous testimony, I think that looking at a discussion paper to dive into these questions and figure out how we can make something like this work in an area where we haven't done it is imperative to answer those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. So we'll move to Ron Kavanaugh, followed by Jim Armstrong.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon. Ron Kavanaugh, our family owns and operates, we used to operate 3 vessels in the Gulf, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. One thing I'd like to say is if we can all just agree that it doesn't matter what you do, where you're fishing, all sectors are hurting. We've got 3 boats. We've got 1 boat that will start fishing on January 1. That's just the reality. There's markets, there's processor access, there's crew issues. There's all kinds of stuff you can point the finger at, but to point it at one decision by the council is a little bit disingenuous. So if we can just all be honest, that would be helpful. The other thing is going forward, you were just talking about the halibut removals, and the simple answer is when there's no keepers to put on board, your discards are going to be higher. I mean, it's not that complicated. Another thing I'd like to touch on is, we had all 4 of our kids started on the boat off and on. They were on the boat since birth and actually had jobs from whenever they were ready to start doing stuff, which was 4, 6, 8, 10 years old. And so your age deal on your halibut IFQ, obviously there's always room for stuff to be gamed, but the reality is 14 to 16-year-old is not out of line. We had 2 of our kids graduate at 16 and 17 years old and immediately were on the boat full time. Like I said, all systems are going to be gamed. That happened at the exception of the halibut. The other thing is you've had this IFQ program in place for I don't know how long, and I heard what a glowing success it was, and yet here we are, how many years later, trying to figure out how to get new entrants into the fishery. So I guess it depends what lens you look through as to what the success is of that program. Ours was some of the first IFQ that was sold when we were issued it, sold to a fella in Southeast that's probably in Arizona playing golf now, but that's the nature of the game. So anyway, yeah, I guess I don't see the glowing success. What I do see is 5 processors in Kodiak right now. The first of the year, it's probably going to be 3 processors. And, what's that going to look like? We can point fingers everywhere we want, but the economics are going to drive this bus. And what I do see is our waterfront's disappearing. Our options for staying busy are disappearing, and I'm running out of time. So, hey, have a great holiday.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kavanaugh. Are there any questions? Seeing none, happy holidays to you as well.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so Jim Armstrong is next, followed by Rebecca Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the council, Jim Armstrong for the Freezer Longline Coalition. I have one ask and a couple of suggestions, all inspired by the experience last week of the SSC's handling of Greenland turbot. Relative to East Coast councils I've had experience with, this council enjoys a cooperative and mutually respectful relationship with fishery participants. Experiences like what happened last Wednesday are inconsistent with what I know everyone wants, which is to perpetuate that healthy relationship. And so I think a response that assures affected stakeholders that this council is not going to allow that sort of thing to happen again would help a lot. The ask is for the council to work with AFSC and SSC leadership, as well as the BSAI Groundfish Plan team to ensure that the BSAI Greenland turbot stock assessment is reviewed during the next groundfish harvest specification cycle. We all have a lot of concern about the loss of fishery independent data for this assessment, by which I mean the slope survey. And we all should be concerned about the way the additional risk-based reductions were imposed for this stock. We want the stock to be healthy and productive. And when we resume fishing for turbot next year, we will likely have some fresh insights to share. Reviewing the stock assessment again next year would allow for that dialogue with the SSC so that their understanding of fishery trends could be more informed. Based on my conversations with members of the SSC involved in the recommendation, they had no idea that FLC had dropped out of the fishery because of whale depredation. So their decision would have likely been different if there was more stakeholder input. The suggestions I have focus more on the agenda glitch, where everyone thought the BSAI ABCs were final, when in fact the SSC was actually circling back to reconsider their decisions. There needs to be a very clear point in the process when ABC determinations are final. To achieve that, I think there simply just needs to be a discrete step in the SSC process where the chair indicates to council staff that the ABC table can be posted. That would signal to stakeholders that their TAC discussions can proceed. And after that, only the discovery of an actual mistake should lead to revisions of those values. As to the subject of risk, a focused agenda item for the handful of BSAI and GOA, or Gulf of Alaska stocks, being considered for risk-based revisions to ABC. That's a big phrase in the middle there. So as to the subject of risk, a focused agenda item should occur before or after the SSC review of the assessments. I'm not sure which. I can see trade-offs either way. But for many of these stocks, the risk-based issues are outside the scope of the population modeling. The SSC then would benefit from testimony from fishery participants or others. The affected public would also be assured that the subjective risk-averse adjustments were done with due consideration of their observations and input. I also think that while assessment scientists are well positioned to identify risk concerns, it has to be incredibly demotivating for them to have to do all their work and then at the very end suggest a fudge factor. I think the consideration of an actual reduction should really be reserved for the SSC. I stand by the statements I made in my rant last Friday about the subjective nature of the reductions. But until a solution to that is found, I think the best that this council can do under the current system is just to ensure that the discussions are done with ample consideration of stakeholder input and at a clearly identified point in the agenda. So that's all. And I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Are there any questions? Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Armstrong. You mentioned that you would like to see the Greenland turbot stock assessment reviewed again next year. Were you able to talk to the stock assessment authors and just see if that's even possible?
Thanks for the question. No, I didn't think of that. I didn't know that it was I didn't know. Yeah, didn't occur to me to do that. I mean, I have been in dialogue, for example, we're the test trawls that they've been doing for developing the new survey included some slope stations, and Megan Bryan, who's the assessment author, I asked her if, just what those catches looked like. They did catch some turbot, but she's going to get back to me on that. And so I think she's really hungry for any input that would help. And one of the good things about us getting back into the fishery is that we're gonna have CPUE, we're gonna have observations of whatever size turbot, and can contribute. And yeah, but there's as far as the scheduling and assignments and all that, I just didn't occur to me to insert myself into that.
Thank you. We have a pretty set schedule for our stock assessments, so thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just had a point of clarification on your last statements. We've come a long way on the risk tables. I think you were saying that determining the reduction for max ABC should just lie with the SSC, and it does, because they get the final say. But were you saying that shouldn't be discussed at the plan team? I missed the point there. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. Well, I think that I think the assessment authors are well positioned to identify all those sort of sources of risk. But as to some sort of an adjustment, yeah, I wouldn't put that on them. It's just a perception, but it almost seems like they're just, they seem kind of uncomfortable, doing that from what they'll sort of throw out a 10%, but whatever. And so I think there are two stages. One is like, what are those sources of uncertainty, and what can be done to get additional insight since they're outside the assessment. I think the solution to a more quantitative system probably lies, there's stuff that's within the assessment, but I had a thought. Like even as early as September, the things that are outside of that can't be addressed really by any modeling. You know, in September, they're like, okay, here are these 5 models I'm thinking of. But here are some concerns that have to do with risk, and these models aren't going to solve any of those. If we can know about those as early as September, then, you know, in October, you know, there could be a discussion by the SSC that's sort of a prequel to the final discussion of risk. You know, poor fishery performance that year or some survey result, we don't know that until the November meeting, but there may be the differentiation between, you know, things that maybe are just research priorities versus actual risk. You know, you could kind of suss that out, you know, in the time between September and the final determination in December. That way it's not just a last minute kind of thing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Next up is Rebecca Skinner, followed by Heather Mann.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Rebecca Skinner, testifying on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. AWTA is a Kodiak-based trade association of catcher vessels operating primarily around Kodiak Island. Our members are Gulf-dependent vessels with Kodiak-based owners, captains, and crew. Our vessels participate primarily in Gulf groundfish fisheries, as well as halibut longline, Gulf tanner crab, herring, and salmon tendering in the summer. I'm commenting in regard to rolling out abundance-based management to Gulf trawl fisheries. ABM was implemented this year in the Amendment 80 sector in the Bering Sea. You have already heard testimony from the Amendment 80 fleet that ABM has been devastating for them, with almost 25% of the fleet completely tied up. So I'd like to highlight some of the differences between the Amendment 80 fleet and the trawlers that I work with for the council to keep in mind. The Amendment 80 fleet comprises more sophisticated business structures, has a newer and more technologically advanced vessels, operates in a rationalized fishery with a cooperative structure, and is a catcher-processor fleet, which provides efficiencies. On the other hand, the AWTA catcher vessel fleet in the Gulf comprises small family-owned and operated businesses, has smaller and older vessels, is not rationalized, and delivers to shoreside processors, which is less efficient but provides more jobs and economic activity for communities. Also, Gulf trawl in general tends to have lower value as far as prices, revenue, and income compared to the Bering Sea. I disagree with initiating a discussion paper that focuses ABM on trawl bycatch. Data on Gulf halibut mortality does not support prioritizing a trawl bycatch priority for ABM. Looking at 2023 Gulf data, this is from the NMFS in-season management report and then the data provided by Fish and Game. In the year 2023, trawl bycatch mortality was 289 metric tons. IFQ discard mortality, so these are the halibut that are not retained and sold in the fishery, was 565 metric tons. And mortality from the unguided sector was 979 metric tons. So just between those three, trawl bycatch is not the highest use, it's not even the second highest use. This does not include mortality for retained catch in the directed fishery or charter harvest. And then a note on the unguided sector. The unguided sector harvest has no cap and growth is unlimited. And data on the number of individual anglers is not collected, so we don't even know how many people engage in this fishery. I think in closing, I'm considering the potential negative impact on the Gulf trawl fleet, just looking at what has happened with Amendment 80, which is a much more sophisticated fleet with more tools than the Gulf fleet. And, you know, having followed ABM in the Bering Sea, it's clear to me that ABM was not based on conservation. I think the SSC made that clear. So when I'm looking at the potential trade-offs and costs of ABM in the Gulf, focused on Gulf trawl bycatch, it's not at all clear to me why that would be a priority right now, given everything else that the council is working on. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Skinner. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So next up is Heather Mann, followed by Adam Boakman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I represent 33 catcher vessels that participate in fisheries in the Bering Sea as well as the Gulf of Alaska. I have a couple different comments I'd like to make. First, I'd like to align MTC's support for the comments made by United Catcher Boats, continuing to work on some solutions for ensuring attainment in the PCTC program and coming back in April. I also agree to some extent with the comments made from Jim Armstrong. I think that the process sort of broke down a little bit, and without getting into specifics around the actual issue, I do know, even talking with some SSC members, that they thought it was unfortunate the way it turned out. So just making sure that folks are noticed and paying attention, I think will be important moving forward. And it's also our responsibility to make sure we know what's going on. So I think that's important. I do want to spend the bulk of my time, or the remainder of my time, on the request for halibut ABM. I align myself with the comments that Rebecca just made on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers. And I guess I would add to that in 2024, the Gulf of Alaska fixed gear mortality is 551 metric tons. 509 metric tons of that is in the directed fishery. And the directed halibut fishery is the largest source of halibut mortality in the Gulf. To contrast that, the Gulf of Alaska trawl caps are far from being exceeded. For 2024, the Gulf of Alaska trawl catcher vessel halibut mortality is 299 metric tons. Together with catcher vessels and CPs, it's 491 metric tons, and that is only 29% of the limit. Trawl catcher vessel halibut use is 20% below our 5-year average. What I'd like to add to that is picking up a little bit on the exchange with Ms. Baker and a public commenter. The analysis was clear that what was happening in the Bering Sea would not improve spawning stock biomass. In the Gulf of Alaska, trawl gear is not the largest source of mortality, and pursuing a tool that's unlikely to meet a clear and common understanding of conservation and improving the stock biomass, spawning stock biomass, seems misplaced at this time. I would also say that ABM in the Bering Sea was focused on one sector that had the largest source of bycatch. In the Gulf of Alaska, that source of the largest source of bycatch is the directed fishery. So if we were to follow the same logic that the council used in the Bering Sea, then you would be implementing an ABM program for the fixed gear halibut sector. So I'm encouraging the council not to pick that up at this time. I think Rebecca did an excellent job of explaining the differences. And I understand that the Trawl Bycatch Committee for Alaska did recommend halibut ABM, but I'll remind you, they've also recommended a rationalization program for Gulf trawl fisheries. And we've been told, that's just not going to happen at this time. So I don't think prioritizing halibut ABM for trawl fisheries in the Gulf is a good use of our very limited funds and also our very strained human capital. It seems like there's a lot of other things we could be focused on. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and that's all I have. Thank you. Well, actually, I do have one more thing that I do want to say, since I see I still have a minute and some seconds. In the AP, we had a pretty robust discussion with public commenters about halibut ABM, and one of the commenters was suggesting we're already realizing benefits in the Bering Sea, and I asked what those benefits were, and the response was, quote, peace of mind. And we don't manage fisheries based on feelings and peace of mind. We manage fisheries based on science and projected outcomes that we hope are achieved for conservation, but not for peace of mind. And when you have vessels that have had to tie up for the entire year, putting hundreds of people out of work, that does not give peace of mind to folks in that fishery. So I felt compelled to add that. And now I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Mann? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So Adam Boakman is next, followed by Chris Woodley. Can you unmute yourself, Adam? *6. We're not able to hear
Hello?
you. Hello, Adam?
Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Fantastic. This is Adam Bachman from Norton Sound, Nome, Alaska, sitting on the beach here. I appreciate this time you've given me. And I'd like to discuss about the Norton Sound king crab fishery. History, I've been in the fishery close to 30 years. Started out in a 22-foot skiff with a 32-foot exemption for LLPs and built my way up into a 42-footer. One of the things when I bought the 22-foot boat skiff, open skiff, I was friends with a prominent member of Nome's community, John Walsh, and he told me at that time that the thing I should be concerned about is putting in history, getting out there, investing my time, money, and energy into the fishery. And I took that as solid advice and have followed it for close to 30 years. And 12 years ago, 13 years ago, I brought to the council a request at looking at having a recency on LLPs in Norton Sound, because our fishery, for lack of a better words, has got way too many laden LLPs and essentially is a wide open fishery for any 32-foot vessel that wants to come up and participate in it. And what I believe this all adds up to is an insecurity and people to invest and maintain vessels. Over the years, I've seen many close friends basically retire out of the fishery. I do believe in large part because there's always, 3 or 4 guys wanting to hop in and try it out. And I, as one of those guys, appreciate that opportunity. So I would like a recency, and I would also like to set aside the average catch of the non-LLP owners over the years as a non-LLP fishery. And that would, in doing that, it would give us sideboards to limit the amount of participation we might see in new coming vessels, but not eliminate it, but add security for people who've put time in and give them confidence in maintaining their vessels and maintaining safety. It's expensive to do business up here. And I hope that advice given to me years ago still stands, that somebody that has put 30 years of his life into this fishery somehow has privilege or rights that a guy that just wants to show up next year and give it a shot has. Or people that, you know, there was probably 30 boats that qualified for LLPs, but there was a movement to bolster those numbers by people that may have crewed on a boat but had a Norton Sound king crab license, and they could make a delivery and get an LLP from that boat. But the spirit of that is that they wanted to fish. If they haven't fished, I don't think that that opportunity should be holding the rest of the fishermen back. If you wanted to be part of this fishery, you should fish, like John told me to. I thank you. I'll take any questions. I hope you could hear me.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bachman, for your testimony. And I just wanted to ask, since you do have so much experience, I think it was about 10 years ago that the council did evaluate a recency action. And so it sounds like, based on my memory, first off, do you remember that? And second, if you do, it sounds like you'd be looking for something similar to that with the addition of the set aside for the non-LLP licensed fishery. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. I also support my fellow fisherman Don Stiles' proposal, but my understanding that you guys like to see some options, and that would be an option I'd like to see pursued and pencil it out better. The other thing, since I believe it was 13 years ago, might have been 10, I was the one who put that proposal in, and I said some scary things about, you know, this fishery is going to go through some hard times. We didn't fish for 3 years, and it put some people out of business that have been in this fishery for longer than I have. And it's this situation where we have a fishery that has it doesn't seem to recognize Junie from Unacleat, who was there on day one for the LLP qualifications and fished out of Unacleat, direct marketed his own crab to Anchorage, went through a lot of hoops, and now he sits on the beach with 2 sons that could run his boat. And I just don't like to see things like that. He's not the only one. There's probably a half dozen or more in that same boat. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bachman. So next up is Chris Woodley, followed by Kevin Abina.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here at staff tasking. I wanted to thank you and the council for scheduling the initial review of the maximum retainable allowance adjustment agenda item for April 2025. We are used to dealing with complicated issues at this council, but would note that the MRA adjustment topic is going to make everybody's head hurt. We always appreciate the willingness of council staff consulting with industry participants on the agenda items, and in this regard, we would anticipate an extra level of effort being needed for this specific issue. So we certainly look forward to that opportunity. Secondly, I just wanted to align myself with the comments made by Ms. Skinner and Ms. Mann regarding halibut, ABM in the Gulf. I thought they eloquently spoke to the differences between the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska, and so just again wanted to align myself with them. That's all the questions I have, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Not seeing any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
You too. So Kevin Abina is next, and then we'll make a call for Benjamin Paena one last time. Kevin's not online. Okay. Let's actually, there's one. He is. Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Kevin.
Yes. Well, Madam Chair and members of the council, I want to thank you for the chance to testify today. I'm calling primarily about the abundance-based management in the Gulf of Alaska for halibut. I'm a halibut fisherman out of Kodiak, part of a family business that's been fishing halibut, well, pre-IFQ. And it's getting pretty scary these days. Catches were super slow this year. A lot of fish uncaught across the state. I'm sure you guys have seen. I think this is an absolute necessity. I don't think abundance-based management could come too fast. It is the resource seems like it's at a tipping point. I watched the same thing happen in the Bering Sea. Started fishing out there in 2010, and every single year the fish got smaller. They got harder to catch, and we got out of the Bering Sea about 5 years ago, and now I'm watching the exact same thing happen in 3A and 3B. A couple things about some of the folks representing the trawl fishery, with in regards to their take on abundance-based management. One big one is, the directed IFQ fleet. We've essentially done nothing but take cuts since 1995. I'm not aware of a cut that the trawl sector in the Gulf of Alaska has ever taken on their bycatch allowance. Maybe there has been some. I don't think there's been anything of any kind of substantial amount. If you think for a second, well, what if we had abundance-based management since 1995? Say the trawls allowance, bycatch allowance was in coordination with our IFQ allowances, or the with our available catches. Where would we be at today? How many halibut would still be in the water? What would their actual number be? Would they be able to prosecute any directed bottom fisheries that take halibut? I don't know. Maybe it's a totally different resource. The Gulf of Alaska is an enormous place, 3A and 3B. Most of the quota in our state, halibut quota, is in.
Mr. Abina, your mic seemed to have cut off.
How about now?
Yep, we can hear you now. Thanks.
Sorry about that. I'm remote here working on the boat. So anyway, I really wonder what this resource would look like if this had been in place the whole time, and it should have been in place the whole time. There's no reason that all user groups, all taking groups of the halibut biomass shouldn't be responsible for the conservation of that biomass. I know they would probably rather see this halibut not exist, but not for the rest of us. And one could maybe make an argument right now that there might be more economic value to the non-directed fleet with halibut than the directed fishery. To be able to rationalize that and maybe make sense of that, it's super scary. That's not supposed to be the situation, right? The directed longline fleet is supposed to be able to realize the value of harvesting halibut, not the non-directed fishery. I want to urge you guys to push this forward, to investigate it. I don't see the big differences between the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea. We have Amendment 80 boats in the Gulf. We have boats targeting cod. We have boats targeting flounders, boats targeting sole. They're on the bottom. They're taking halibut. They're taking crab. We have very similar issues to the Bering Sea on maybe a little bit smaller scale, but maybe not. So I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Abina. If the if the directed fleet were able to actually focus their harvest on the more abundant part of the halibut population, which appears to be most of the males in the halibut population in particular, by having a lower size limit, would the current condition of the directed fishery be different? Would you be viewing your situation differently if you could be retaining under 32s?
No, I wouldn't. I don't personally agree with lowering the size limit. I don't see that as a solve to this problem. I think this problem is more rooted in the fact that halibut aren't able to grow up. We aren't seeing the biomass, the small fish get to be a little bigger and get to be big fish. So I don't think no, my situation absolutely not. From a harvester, it would not be different if I was able to keep say a 28-inch fish. And I don't agree with that to boot. The other thing that comes with that people need to understand, if you lower the size limit of halibut, you're going to devalue the fish further, right? If your recovery gets worse by taking smaller fish, then the economic value also drops. I don't agree with that, and I don't think that would actually have helped this situation. All I think it would have done is probably take more fish out of the water.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions for you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bina.
Thank you.
So sorry, I missed Oyston Loan on the list. So we'll go to Oyston and then we'll circle back to Benjamin.
Members of the council, this is Oyston. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
Good. I'm out at sea here, so the Starlink is in and out. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Oyston Lone. My comments will be very brief today. They are regarding a 3-meeting outlook. I see that the crab arbitration and analysis has been scheduled for June, yet the sea share agenda item is still in the batter's box. I'd like to ask the council to prioritize sea shares and schedule it either for April, June of next year. I know council is pretty swamped, but this will do a lot to help the sea share participants for the next crab season. The sooner the council can act on the sea shares, the quicker captains and crew members could potentially feel relief. We need the crab to come back. So whatever this council can do to help protect crab and crab habitat, which is so critical for this resource to rebound. And that's the end of my testimony. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for calling in.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too. We will go back to Benjamin Paena. See if he's online. Okay. So with that concludes public testimony. Let's take a 15-minute stand down and come back at 2:35 and see what the wishes of the council are and what type of discussion we want to have on staff tasking. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Okay. So we have just finished public testimony on staff tasking and nearing the completion of our meeting here. I'll just open up the floor to see if there are any actions or points of discussion that council members would like to bring up. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have a brief motion that I sent to staff. I could just read it if you prefer. It's only a couple of sentences.
It's posted. Okay, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The motion is the council requests a discussion paper to inform options to adjust the annual timing and processes for all of the council's cost recovery and fee collection programs. The paper should identify inefficiencies and challenges faced by stakeholders and NIMS, as well as opportunities to improve clarity, consistency, and efficiency.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. My intent here is NIMS staff would take the lead on this discussion paper versus council staff. As described in the IFQ program review, since the implementation of the IFQ cost recovery process in 2006, the season dates have been extended, shortening the off-season to the point where NIMS staff are at risk of failing to be able to complete the annual administrative procedures for cost recovery within the timelines set out in regulations. When implemented, the IFQ season dates were between March and November, and the administrative processes for cost recovery were designed in such a way that calculations couldn't start until after the completion of fishing. In recent years, the season end date for IFQ has moved to December, resulting in a loss of about 5 weeks of time for the IFQ cost recovery processes, which under current requirements must be completed no later than January 31, and then all fee invoices must be paid in full before any IFQ can be issued for the next season opening in March. The timing concerns are most acute with that program, the IFQ program, but our staff in looking at it realized that similar timing and process considerations apply for other fee collection and cost recovery programs, of which there are a number, as you all know. It would thus be beneficial for NIMS and the council to take a holistic look at identifying potential solutions and efficiencies across all programs. And most of these programs have regulatory timelines and processes that aren't fully in sync with the fishing season. So if we proceed with addressing this for the IFQ program, as highlighted in the program review, it seems to me it'd be a great opportunity to examine all cost recovery programs to improve regulatory consistency, reduce confusion for fishery participants across programs, and reduce costs to improve administrative efficiency. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Are there any questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Curlin, for the motion. You may not even be able to answer this at this point, but in broadening it, do you have a sense of whether that changes the timing? And do you have at this point a basic sense on the timing at all on this?
The timing for completing the discussion paper? Through the chair, we have not really discussed that. Obviously it's not a burning priority, but it's something that our staff are anxious to address because it would make their lives easier and the system simpler and better for stakeholders too. So I'm not prepared to give you a specific timing right now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments on the motion? Yes, Mr. Dwight.
I do appreciate the agency both volunteering to take a lead on it and also treating the issue a little more broadly. Certainly, I was shuddering along with probably a fair number of other people to think that just as a result of some of the timing changes in the IFQ fishery, agency staff were basically having to spend the last half of December, when many of us look forward to a slightly lighter workload, instead trying to meet some regulatory deadlines and burdens that probably require some pretty long days. So certainly alleviating that would be a good thing, but I really do appreciate the agency taking a step back and thinking about this a bit more broadly. I think that'll yield dividends in the future, even if it does take a little bit longer in the present.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. I'm going to support it. It seems like we pretty regularly hear about questions and concerns about some of the cost recovery and fee collection programs. And I hope that by taking a more holistic look with your motion, that we might be able to help sort out and get everybody on the same page and hopefully find some additional efficiencies to reduce costs. So thank you. I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you for the motion, Mr. Curlin. See if there's any objection. Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Are there any other actions, points of discussion? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have actions to recommend or motions. I just wanted to speak to a couple of items that came up in public testimony. First off, in terms of the testimony we received from a representative of the Sitka Advisory Committee, I would just, that the testimony very clearly asked for some guidance in terms of participating in this process. I would just reiterate that Alaska Department of Fish and Game staff have continually been in contact with representatives from that group, and we are currently evaluating a potential path forward right now. At this point, much like the council determined when it looked at this issue several years ago, we do acknowledge and recognize a data gap in terms of defining rental boats and what we might be looking at. There's a number of questions about authorities and what either ADF&G or the Board of Fish or the North Pacific Council, for that matter, could move forward. So I would just encourage members of the Sitka Advisory Committee to continue communications with Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And when a path has been identified, I think it's premature for the council to get involved in this at this point. And so I'll commit to continuing to track that process, and should anything relevant for the North Pacific Council come forward as we work through it at ADF&G, I will certainly let the council know.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And relevant to the testimony that the council received on the Norton Sound Red King crab fishery and the current challenges faced in that fishery, and some requests for some management changes. Again, as the ADF&G representative, as one council member, I do not have action to propose here. We are concerned about the challenges we heard from in testimony today, and we have previously about concerns related to that fishery. This council has, as we heard today, previously contemplated an LLP license recency action program. I'm not sure if that's exactly what's best suited for the current conditions, but I would like to, again, commit to taking a look at that with our staff and potentially bring something to the council, a proposal for potential action for consideration. But just to let the council members know, and you, Madam Chair, I have been in contact with the folks that we've been hearing from, and will continue to do that as we work through the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Yes, Mr. Dwight.
Thought I'd just take a second to describe some conversations I've been having with council staff about some next steps in terms of our current ecosystem committee and preparing for what we talked about for later in 2025 in terms of having a reconstituted body ready to provide advice. And I've been working with them to first off, package up some of the information and discussions at this meeting and provide those to the ecosystem committee members who may not have been tracking all the conversations at this meeting. And then there was, I think the council gave a head nod to a request to have a draft, an early draft of what terms of reference in a near-term task list might look like for a reconstituted ecosystem committee for hopefully for council review and discussion in April. And so I'm getting in a motion with staff to begin to produce something like that for council consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Yeah, that is consistent, I believe, with the sentiment of council. So we'll look forward to seeing those in April. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a motion, but I wanted to take a moment just to acknowledge the second motion on C4 charter halibut measures that was made at the AP and also at the Charter Halibut Management Committee. The motion was for a data run on charter permit usage and latency since implementation of the CHP program. Right now, staff who would work on a data run like this are working hard on implementation of the potential funding mechanism for the RQE. And they won't be available until that task is complete. I just want to be clear that I support this, but I do look forward to possibly carrying a motion like this in the future. And in the meantime, I encourage charter permit holders to consider what information would best benefit the program and this process in a data run like that. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. And Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can be brief. I also don't have a motion or anything, but it came up again here in public comment under staff tasking. And so just to reiterate, as noted, the MRA adjustment item that we have tentatively scheduled for April, I think is a priority for the agency. And we've heard about it several times this week from the industry, and it's a priority of mine. So I do hope we can do everything we can to keep that on target for hopefully April and June. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Goen, then Mr. Twite.
Thank you. And I'm asking for more clarification on process for the public. Two things we heard in public testimony under this agenda item. One was about adding Cook Inlet to the AP's schedule and just to inform the public of what next steps are for consideration of that. And then the other was on prioritizing C shares for the April or June meeting, noting that that was a priority from some members of the public.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. I take note of your prioritization of C shares. Typically, I work very closely with the executive director and staff and trying to balance resources, staff timing with the other actions in our queue. So I'll take note of that as we discuss any follow-up items from this meeting. As far as the Cook and the agenda item, for the AP, at this point, we don't have it scheduled, as was noted in concerns from public testimony. And again, you'll recall that meeting, the council had previously decided not to have any February meetings or to remove the February meeting from our agenda. But considering the priority of the Chum bycatch action, we decided to create a special meeting for that. And it is a a pretty large undertaking with space and resources. And we have a very quick turnaround time with the Cook Inlet discussion too. In the future, I anticipate if future councils decide not to have a February meeting, we'll have to have some type of special discussion just for the Cook Inlet item. And in those cases, I do anticipate more of, I think, just a focused conversation where we won't have conflicts with an AP meeting. So it'll allow AP members to engage with a little more, with less interruption and overlap with an AP meeting. I think we can talk about future ways to navigate that. At this point, I think it would be from my perspective very tough to include it for this particular February meeting, but I think there are options for more engagement in the future. And of course, a lot of conversations with the agency occurring on specific requests, follow-up requests to the Cook Inlet action item. So, Mr. Curlin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify for council members and the public a couple of things related to this. So one is we have ongoing tribal consultation with Cook Inlet tribes regarding the requests for a tribal salmon fishery. That has been an iterative process and is continuing. Also, I would anticipate that we'd be specifically soliciting tribal consultation on the setting of the Cook Inlet harvest specs. So one of the concerns we heard in testimony was about opportunity for Alaska Natives to who are most affected or most directly connected to the Cook Inlet resource to be able to participate. And so again, we'd be seeking consultation opportunities on that. We did also hear in public testimony that potentially folks from other tribes and other parts of the state may be interested in the issue too. Of course, we always have the opportunity for engagement and consultation with tribes who are interested in an issue before us. So that may not completely take the place of AP input, but I thought it was relevant to clarify those points. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you. Before we break, I just wanted to take one more opportunity to acknowledge what we heard a lot of in public testimony for this agenda item regarding requests for discussion paper on Gulf of Alaska halibut, PSC caps, and abundance-based management. And just speaking for myself, I found a lot of those testimonies compelling. I also found other testimonies opposing abundance-based management equally compelling. So again, only speaking for myself, but I would like to take more time to think about this, think about the problem before I could recommend any discussion paper or move forward with that. And I just wanted to say that speaking for myself, I heard you, and thank you for your engagement.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the action memo for staff tasking on the chum salmon engagement activities. We didn't talk about it much, but I know we have 4 different RAC meetings that we have committed to if they have time on their agendas. So I guess I was just trying to find out from Mr. Witherell or maybe just implore you to ensure that you get commitments from council members as soon as possible and let us know kind of the full range of dates, including travel, so we can ensure that we can cover all of these meetings and black out our schedules. I think they're really important. I appreciate Dr. Hapala's work to get us lined up to do this, and I just want to be able to take advantage of the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First, I just a note that it was a good thing, I thought, to have a State Department representative here, even if they could only be present for a couple days. I know it's tough to get here regularly from the East Coast, so that was great. I hope industry members had an opportunity to chat with Mr. Varmezis, and would encourage those who didn't. I know he told me that when he was here, he was definitely interested in hearing from industry. And if you didn't have a chance to catch him while he was here, just want to encourage you to reach out to him back at his office. And hope that Mr. Witherall would drop him a short note, just again, thanking him for his presence here. And then cycle back to two items from the B reports, if I might. One is, my understanding is that the agency is, among other things, as they prep for the second year of managing the salmon fisheries in the federal waters of Cook Inlet, one of the things they are taking a hard look at is catch monitoring. And they intend to provide us, when they bring in their specs, my understanding is that the agency intends to provide us with a description of what they intend to do, or what they feel like they'll be able to do this year in terms of monitoring the harvest, and in particular emphasis on Chinook. And I really appreciate the agency doing that. Look forward to hearing from them what their thoughts are. I also, in the B reports, I raised a concern about some of the penalties that have been, or a specific penalty that was levied through settlement discussions for harassment, sexual harassment of a couple of observers. And so we were referred back to the penalty schedule, I think, that we'd been given previously. But the issue isn't as much what the schedule is as it is what the federal representatives are willing to actually settle for. And I'm just a bit, though, at my wit's end to figure out how the council can actually provide real input into that, other than just at least continuing to verbally express our interests that that these circumstances of sexual harassment of observers be treated as seriously as possible, and that the consequences be as really commensurate with the impacts of sexual harassment of our observers, which are certainly felt strongly at the individual level by the observers, but equally are felt by all of us, both through the difficulty in obtaining observers and the difficulty of retaining observers when they encounter hostile situations like that nobody should have to encounter, but that they do on our behalf. And just going on record again, I guess, to state that we strongly encourage the federal staff who are engaged in both investigating and prosecuting, but also in resolving those complaints, do what they can to make sure that those consequences are indeed commensurate with the damages that sexual harassment of observers do.
Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Twite, I just wanted to note that I did speak with Mr. Cheeseman after that exchange earlier in the meeting. For those who may not know, Ben Cheeseman is the Assistant Director for the Office of Law Enforcement here in Alaska. He did address that when you brought up the concern earlier. I know he takes it seriously, spoke to him about it directly, and I know that our enforcement attorneys and folks in the Department of Justice who are involved in this take it seriously as well.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Thornberry.
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Twite. I wanted to reiterate that point. In meetings we have within General Counsel, my colleagues in the enforcement section take almost nothing more seriously, and it's extremely important to them that they deter that type of behavior. I just want to reassure you that there's nothing they take more seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Thornberry. Anything else? Mr. Blehovde?
I just want to thank Mr. Ritchie for saying something about all the testimony we got about halibut, ABM, and bycatch. I was on the edge of my seat expecting a motion to come because we got so much of that testimony. And so thanks for acknowledging it, because I, like the public, I think sometimes I'm frustrated that action isn't faster, but I understand that motions can't always come when I want them. And I just wanted to put that on the record. Thanks for acknowledging all the testimony we heard. Thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you. I would echo that. I appreciate Mr. Ritchie flagging that and acknowledging that we heard that testimony. Also, regarding testimony, we heard a request on the Greenland turbot stock assessment, and I just want to point out that the SSC report also recommended the assessment be reviewed next year, so just encourage the appropriate folks to think about that. I also wanted to circle back to B reports and also echo the National Seafood Strategy report we heard. We've heard a lot at this meeting across the different sectors about the challenges our industries are facing in our coastal communities and our processors. We heard under that report from Mr. Rubino that there is a potential to request a new pilot initiative at the national level following the Alaska Economic Snapshot report that we had. So I think it's an opportunity that we should be thinking about and what might be most appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. We know there are a lot of ongoing conversations related to the strategy plan, including at the state level with the Seafood Task Force. So I imagine there'll be some draft legislation as well as more industry coordination around those efforts. And I think some of those pilot ideas could come from industry as well. And I think as Mr. Twite mentioned, we do have the opportunity to receive updates after 2025 on the progress status of the implementation plan. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. I have a couple announcements here. The council has chosen not to appoint 2025, 2026 PNCEAC members at this meeting, but rather we'll go out for a public call for nominations in accordance with our preferred policy with abbreviated application instructions for sitting members. We anticipate that the next PNCEAC meeting will occur in mid to late February to provide comments on crab proposals submitted to the March Board of Fish meeting. So I'll plan to make appointments at the end of January in order to allow that group to meet. I also understand that there are vacancies on the Charter Halibut Management Committee, so we'll solicit for 2 members, one representing each of IPHC areas 2C and 3A. As per the terms of reference, appointments will reflect the council's interest in ensuring the committee membership reflects the regional and operational diversity of the Charter Halibut sector on the committee. We have not been able to fulfill a vacancy for an active observer representative on both the FMAC and the PCFMAC. The council will resolicit for these positions, noting that depending on candidates and availability, we might appoint either one person to both committees or a different person to each committee. And finally, the council would like to solicit for 4 additional expertise on the IFQ committee, and we'll consider adding 1 or 2 new members who represent one of the following: holders of IFQ in the Aleutian Islands, holders of IFQ in Southeast Alaska, D-class quota shareholders, or community quota entity representatives. As far as appointments, the following members of the advisory panel have been reappointed for 3-year terms: Tamara Briggy, Greta Goodmanson, Lauren Howard, Paul Wilkins, and Susie Zagorski. It is the council's policy for the advisory panel to appoint new members to a 1-year orientation term that have subsequently extended by 2 years would constitute a full 3-year term for purposes of term limits. The following members of the advisory panel have had their orientation year extended to a full 3-year term: Tiffany Andrew, Nels Evans, and Annika Saltman. Additionally, Bernie Burkholder and Michael Chance Miller have been newly appointed for a 1-year orientation term. So the AP members for 2025 will be Tiffany Andrew, Tamara Briggy, Eva Burke, Bernie Burkholder, Shannon Carroll, Nels Evans, Greta Goodmanson, James Johnson, Melissa Johnson, Julie Kavanaugh, Rick Leighton, Craig Lowenberg, Heather Mann, Chance Miller, Lauren Howard, Patrick O'Donnell, Landry Price, Chelsea Riddell, Annika Saltman, Paul Wilkins, and Susie Zagorski. And apologies to Matoyak. I failed to edit her name on that list. For the SSC, the 18 current SSC members who requested reappointment have been reappointed for next year. Additionally, Dr. Jennifer Burns and Dr. Sarah Weiss have been appointed as new SSC members. Finally, Dr. Fabio Bellota, excuse me, will become the primary member for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, with Dr. Catherine Meyer serving as his alternate. So the SSC members for 2025 will be Chris Anderson, Jennifer Burns, Fabio Calto-Bellata, Curry Cunningham, Martin Dorn, Mike Downs, Sherry Dressel, Robert Foy, Jason Gasper, Dana Hanselman, Brad Harris, Kaylin Krotz, Franz Muter, Andrew Monroe, Chris Siddon, Ian Stewart, Patrick Sullivan, Robert Surian, Allison Whitman, and Sarah Weiss. So for committees, Haley Anderson has been appointed to the FMAC and PCFMAC to replace Luke Szymanski as the AIS Observer Provider Representative. The council feels very fortunate to have so many qualified candidates this year for our advisory bodies, which oftentimes makes our selection process tough when we have limited seats. We would highly encourage those interested in serving in our advisory bodies to continue to participate in our process and resubmit applications in the future. So with that, I would like to, again, thank staff for all of their hard work this meeting, and Mr. Witherall for his leadership and management through some very busy and challenging issues in front of us. And to all of my colleagues on the council, and happy holidays, and meetings adjourned. Thank you.